Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Saturday, October 28th, October 18th, 2025. It is No King's Day, or the day of the No King's protest, the second No King's protest. There was one back in June, I believe, and there's another one today. So that inspired the title I gave to today's show, which is No Kings and No Dictatorship of the Proletariat. My life is not for tyrants or mobs. It's for me. And I added uh, more than just no kings there. So I also wanted to balance it out between the right and the left. You might think that today's protests is largely, even if not exclusively, um, organized or partaken in by people on the left opposed to Trump. But I think it's actually both major factions, the right and the left today, who are opposed to what we really need, which is freedom for individuals. So it doesn't make a huge difference to me whether I'm under the thumb of one single tyrant or a big mob of other people who want to force me to live for their sake and tax me and regulate me. Either way, it's bad for me. So I wanted to emphasize that in the title by including dictatorship of the proletariat, which is a phrase that comes from Marx, I think. So people on the left and people on the right, people who want monarchy or want Trump to be a king or a dictator, I oppose both of those. And I say, no, my life doesn't belong to either of you. It doesn't belong to Trump. It doesn't belong to the community or the nation. It belongs to me. It's mine, no one else's. And same with you. Your life belongs to you. It doesn't belong to anyone else. It doesn't belong to a tyrant or some other mob. Your life is yours. So I thought that would be a good title for today, given that it's the day of the No Kings protest. I don't know if any of you all are participating there. There's over 2,500 No Kings protests organized around the country. So maybe there's one near you, at least if you're living in the United States. And I looked up a few of them, and the ones I saw, they were going on for a couple hours, it looked like. Around this time, actually. There was the one that was being broadcast on the No Kings YouTube channel was the one from Washington, D.C. I don't know if that's the largest. It's probably one of the largest, at least. But they're all over the country. And I definitely sympathize with at least part of their goals. There's a mission statement on their website which I read yesterday, and I certainly don't want a king here in this country or a dictator. And there's concern that Trump is being an authoritarian and is making moves in that direction, and I've talked about that on my show. So I definitely support the movement, the No Kings movement, on that grounds, but they might have some additional parts of their platform which I don't agree with. And maybe I'll bring that up on the screen actually. Their about section. But at least their main goal, if you just judging from the title of the event, the No Kings, I definitely am on board with that. But if you read into it a little more, it's becomes more questionable. Um, so I've heard some objectivists debating whether it makes sense to go to these events, affiliate with these people, given their fuller agenda, not just the headline two-word title agenda of No Kings. A lot of people can get on board with that, but maybe there are other parts of their agenda which are, as I said, more questionable, such that you might not want to affiliate, or maybe you would. I don't have a strong view on that myself. Maybe it does make sense for objectivists to go to these events if and help the protests, or maybe not. I just haven't thought about it a lot, but maybe we can talk about that some today if that's something you'd like to discuss. And I do want to mention that this is a show on which you can participate. So and I invite you to, I encourage you to, in the chats, or you can call in. I've got a link pinned in my YouTube chat, which would allow you to have a call with me. There's also a phone number pinned in the chat. So this show is to a large extent driven by the topics that you all raise. Let me come take a look at the chat. Oh, I see we got some chats from Jason and Ironic Acid. All right. Ironic Acid is a new person. All right. So let me share this chat on the screen as I usually do. And just got to make sure. I usually have a few different tabs available, tabs that I click on a lot throughout the show. And I'm just making sure I have the right tabs up. Okay. Just a few more seconds. And I should be good to go. I bring up my YouTube page. And close this one. Okay, now I can share it. And thanks for the likes on the stream, the early likes. Some of the likes came in even before the stream started, and that's great to see. I hope that helps promote it in the algorithm so it gets shared with more people. All right, so here is my screen, and here's the title that I was talking about. And I typically change the title after the show, depending on what topics come up. But uh, maybe it won't change as much as it usually does, since maybe we'll talk about No Kings some more. I've already talked about it a little bit, but we'll see how much time I spend on it. All right, so let me read some of these chats. Jason says, "Good morning, Pacific time today. I will travel from the middle of Washington State to Seattle, but the normal 3-hour bus got rerouted due to the No Kings Day. So I go the long way, 6 hours. Wow. Okay, that's a long bus ride. That's another thing. I heard that there were going to be at least possibly some military exercises in the San Diego area near Camp Pendleton in recognition of the 250th anniversary of the United States Marines, the same day as the No Kings protest. And there might be some interruptions on the traffic on the I-5 freeway that goes, well, it goes throughout the entire state of California, down from San Diego all the way up through Sacramento and beyond. I'm not sure how far it goes. I mean, I don't even know if it goes up to your state of Washington Jason. I don't know if the five goes that far. Maybe we can take a look at that. Maps, Google. I know, I definitely know it goes all throughout California. I'm looking at the map now. Okay. I think it does go into, yeah, it goes into Oregon and yeah, through Portland and into, yeah, up to Seattle. So the I-5 freeway goes the entire length of the West Coast from Canada all the way down to Mexico. And the bottom portion of that near San Diego, I heard that maybe it will be closed or at least backed up or something due to these. A missile is apparently going to be fired, or I heard it might be fired into Camp Pendleton. That's part of the events, and some leftists were speculating that this might just be a show of force and intimidation tactic on the day of the No Kings protests to by the Trump administration to intimidate the protesters. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I heard one leftist YouTube channel speculating. So I guess are you maybe Jason is going to one of these No Kings protests. Let me come back to the chat. Oh, Steve McGowan is here. Okay. So Jason says 12:30 to 8 to 6:35 p.m. Wonder if your show will run that long today. I don't know. Last time I set a record and I went for 7.5 hours. Where's that show? Here it is on my channel. The last show I did a little bit over 7.5 hours. So if I go that long today, that would mean I go until 6:30. So that's about the time Jason's bus ride will end. So we'll see. I was thinking about maybe doing a show today and tomorrow, but I don't know if my voice can hold up that much. I might have to do a shorter show if I want to do that. Maybe like 3 hours today, 3 hours tomorrow instead of 6 hours today, because that might just be too much on my voice if I try to do a huge show today and then stream again tomorrow. I don't know. I'm going to think about that. We'll see how today's show goes, and I'll decide that later. So Jason says tomorrow he flies to Puerto Vallarta. Oh, okay. So that's his reason for traveling to Seattle. And then LA next weekend. Oh, for the Irreplaceable Spark Conference. Okay, I see. Yeah, because that's an objectivist conference going on in Southern California next weekend. So that's where Jason's going. So his travel is not due to the No Kings, it's due to his travels for the Irreplaceable Spark Conference in Southern California. All right, so now we get to Ironic Acid, new person, who says, how did Ayn Rand justify using Social Security later in life, despite calling it theft? Despite calling it theft. Well, I've got a video just on that topic, and I can show you. If you go to my channel and you type in, you do a search on Social Security, you'll see some videos come up. So there's that one. That's just a short video. Then there's another short video. Social Security is immoral. It's corrupt, parasitic, I say in the titles. This is the one I was mentioning. So it's titled Correcting Smears of Ayn Rand, Social Security and Welfare. And if you watch that video, you will get your answer. I've had other calls. I've done calls, debates with people like Sam Cedar about this topic. You see one of them there. Here's some more. So I've talked a lot about this issue. It's a very common issue that comes up. But just in a nutshell, Ayn Rand was forced to pay into the system. And so she is justified in getting some of that money back that was coercively taken from her. So there shouldn't be a social security system in the first place. But if there is one and you're forced to participate in it, then you're morally justified in getting some of that money back. And Jason asked, did I call it theft? I don't know that she ever called it that, or that she called taxes theft. I don't know that she ever did that. That's a common slogan that libertarians use, taxes is theft, but I don't think it is technically, because theft means it's illegal taking of property. But taxes have been made legal by the government. It's been passed into law. So you might call it legalized theft, but then you might think that's a contradiction in terms. But the important point here is that it's a violation of rights. So even though it has been made legal, that doesn't make it right. Slavery was legal at one point. That doesn't make it right because it violates people's rights to their property, just as slavery violated people's rights. So there are some laws which should be repealed because they violate people's rights, and taxation, Congress's power to tax, is one of the flaws in the Constitution, which should be repealed. And then Jason goes on, did she call anyone specific or as a group a thief, or did she say, take what you put in, make do with the system you got? Every day I justify free trade, but still suffer from tariffs. Yeah, that's another law we need to get rid of. Tariffs, those also violate they violate rights because they coerce people. They force people to pay for things they didn't voluntarily consent to. It should be between the seller and the buyer to come to an agreement about what is the price. The government has no right to step in as a third party and say, we're forcing you to pay a 10% tax on these things that you're importing. Um, there's no right of the government to force people to pay that tax. So that's a violation of people's rights. You always violate people's rights when you coerce them, when you initiate force against them and don't allow them to act on their voluntary judgments. John Wayne is here. Hi, John. He says taxation is definitely wrong and immoral. Yes, it's a violation of rights, and it's anti-mind. Instead of you being able to choose how to act, what to pay, the government is forcing you to not act according to the judgment of your mind, and it's forcing whoever is selling something to you to act against the judgment of their mind. And they're saying, we're going to take a cut for ourselves. We're going to step in forcibly and take a cut for ourselves. And it shouldn't do that. And many people will complain, well, how are you going to fund the government if you don't have taxes? Well, go back to my channel and I got videos on that too. If you do a search on my channel on the topic taxes, here's some videos that come up like this one, how to fund the government without taxes. If you don't like taxes, leave society. That's a common objection I hear. And I address that in this video. So there's a lot of material here you can check out. Voluntary funding of roads, firefighting, and police. People will say, how can you have roads without Taxes. Well, I say some things about that in this video, and I've also discussed it on my live stream in the past. All right. What else do we have here? Uh, okay. So Steven says, after looking through your video archive, Dan, you have a highly inconsistent view with regards to Israel-Palestine, in my honest opinion. Not trying to smear, but your defense of the 19 blockade goes against every principle of objectivism. The 19-year blockade, he says, goes against every principle of objectivism. All right, maybe we'll talk about that. Let me take a quick look at Steve's channel. I don't know if I've looked at Steve's channel before, but when I see a new chatter, I often like to go to their YouTube channel to learn a little about them. So that's what I'm doing right now. Just going to take a quick look. Okay. So Israel, Palestine, that might be an interesting topic. I haven't talked about it in a while on my live stream. I used to about it more often, but the guy who used to come on my channel and talk about it a lot got blocked because he was being rude to another live streamer. And I saw that on the other live streamer's channel. I saw him being rude in the chat. So I blocked him, and then he was no longer able to come on my chat. But then I think he created a bunch of fake accounts and tried to participate anyways using the sock puppet accounts. But I blocked all of those as well. So um, and so the topic hasn't come up as much as it used to, but I'd definitely be open and interested to talk about it some more because I think it is an important topic. So maybe I'll go to that next after. Let me just at least take a quick look at some of the other chats that have come in. Stephen also says Rand also used taxpayer money on Medicare for her many lung procedures from her lifelong smoking habit. But I am happy that she got more out than she put in. All right, well, that's another issue. Aside from Social Security, there's also the issue of Medicare. And I haven't talked about that one as much. I think it is a similar issue. She's also forced to pay into the system for Medicare. So I think it's also reasonable that she should get out of the system, some benefit from Medicare, not just Social Security, because she's forced to pay in for both. But you say that she got more out than she put in. And that raises a question in my mind. How do you know that? Do you have access to records that say how much she got out and how much she put in, such that you would be in a position to know that she got out more than she put in? I don't have access to that kind of information. So I wonder how you would have access to that information. So I'm curious about that. You want to say anything about that, Stephen? Or are you just guessing? Or what? What's going on there? Also, I don't know that it really matters, even if we suppose that, let's say she paid in $50,000 and she got in and she underwent a procedure for lung cancer that cost $100,000. So You might say she got out $50,000 more than she paid in. Just assume, for the sake of argument, that that's true. I don't think that necessarily means there's anything wrong with it. For one thing, there's many ways in which the government uh, undermines people's lives besides just taxation. So there's also inflation. So how do you factor that in? The government control of the money supply and the inflation of currency. There was what's called stagflation in the 1970s, which I think was when Ayn Rand had her lung cancer procedure. I think it was around 1976, if I recall correctly. She had lung cancer, or maybe, um, yeah, I think it was, I think she had lung cancer and she underwent an operation, I think, in 1976. I don't know if she only had one operation or more than one. But anyways, that was the era of inflation, stagflation, stagnation and inflation together. I don't know exactly what the years were, but I'm pretty sure it was the 1970s. So that's another way in which the government coercively takes people's money away, not directly, but by devaluing the currency. So dollars are not worth as much because more are being printed. So that's another way in which the government hurts you other than taxes. Also, there's regulations, tons of regulations. All the alphabet agencies, like the FDA, how further along would medicine be today if we didn't have the FDA going back to 1906, somewhere around there? I think the FDA, or maybe it was called something else at the time, the forerunner of the FDA. But I think medicine would be much further along had we not had uh, interference in the free market with organizations like the FDA and also all the other regulatory agencies, the FCC, FAA, SEC. So there are many, many ways in which the government undermines your quality of life other than just taxation. And maybe you can see yourself as being compensated for all of those harms that the government does to you, in addition to just the harm of taxation. So I don't think you necessarily need to count dollars and cents and say, oh, well, someone got a few dollars more or a few tens of $1,000s more coming out of the system than they put into it through taxes. I don't think that really captures the full scale of the damage that the government does to you with all its intervention. So I think the most important thing is to see, is to understand and recognize the principle that you don't have a right to live off of others. And there's not really a clean way to separate all the injustices out and compensate people because we're all thrown into a collective pot together and forced to be parasites and hosts off of each other. And some are more parasites than others, some are more hosts than others. And it's not easy to sort it all out. Now, I think Ayn Rand was a philosophical genius. And maybe, I don't know how you can even put a value on what she did. I would like the value she created. She was she left $500,000 to her heir, Leonard Peikoff, when she died. And I think in today's money, that's closer to around $1.5 million. I did a calculation, and I think if I recall correctly, so in today's money, I think she left about $1.5 million after the inflation. I guess there's a sign if you factor out inflation. Speaking of inflation again, she left over $1 million to her heir. But if you like, how do you compute the value of Newton's laws or Aristotle's law of logic? I mean, billions, trillions, quadrillions, septillions of dollars. I mean, it's just hard to put a value, like the value of Atlas Shrugged, this epical, um, world-changing novel that just made, countless people's lives. People say, this changed my life. So you think of all the value Ayn Rand contributed to the world. Um, it's hard to put a dollar sign on that. So this is just more context to think about and consider if you're going to take this perspective of, oh, Ayn Rand underwent this operation, which, let's say, for the sake of argument, cost $100,000, yet she only paid in taxes $50,000. I mean, I don't think that's looking at enough to, um, I don't think that takes the right perspective. I mean, maybe the 1980s would have been much different if we didn't have politicians like Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan to at least somewhat free up the economy and get us out of the doldrums, the malaise, as it was often called, of the 1970s, and get some more dynamism in the free markets. I think that is plausibly attributed in significant part to Ayn Rand's. Many tech entrepreneurs have cited Ayn Rand as an inspiration. The military draft, I've heard, was ended during the Nixon administration, partly because of the efforts of one uh, follower of Ayn Rand's, Martin Anderson. Yeah, that was his name. It took me a second to remember. Martin Anderson. I don't know if he directly spoke with Ayn Rand or was just a student of her ideas, but I think he had some kind of connection to the Nixon administration and helped persuade the Nixon administration to end the draft, the military draft in the 1970s. So as Ayn Rand's, she's not only producing this incredible philosophy, but it's being used to save people's lives. How many people's lives have been saved because of her ideas and the elimination of the military draft? So there's another broader kind of perspective you can use to look at this situation, and I think that all should be taken into account. And this, um, yeah, I think this is a narrow way of looking at it. And I mean, it's not crazy. I understand why someone might uh, think of it like that, but I think there are more things that are relevant to consider, which I'm trying to put on the table. All right. So what else? Florida Nick is here. Hello. And hi, Robert. Robert is here. Still with the strawberry. Oh yeah, this reminds me of a article by Onkar Ghate. He's a objectivist philosopher who wrote an article on this topic of Ayn Rand and Social Security. I'm just going to type it here and then do a Google search so you can see it. Here, this is the one. The it came out in two versions. So first, maybe it was this one, The Myth About Ayn Rand and Social Security in 2014, and then it was republished in 2019 with a different title. I think this is the same one as this one. What gave Ayn Rand the moral right to collect Social Security? Let me click on that. Okay. Mhm. So let me just read a little of this. Some myths never seem to die, especially the ones that draw life support from ceaseless social media invective. You cannot follow Ayn Rand on Facebook or Twitter without repeatedly encountering the accusation that she was a hypocrite for accepting Social Security benefits, since she opposed the welfare state in all its forms. Rarely, however, do her attackers bother even to read what she wrote on the subject. To clarify the issues, I wrote this article a few years ago, hoping to encourage careful attention to her reasoning as a prerequisite to passing judgment. Still, the myth lives. Since the myth, since the myth still lives, I'm publishing a lightly edited version of that article here on New Ideal, the name of the Ayn Rand Institute journal. So she actually did write about it, as this author alludes to. Um, Rarely do her attackers bother even to read what she wrote on the topic. So she wrote an article called The Question of Scholarships. I'll also, that's also available free online. Like, should you receive government scholarships if you're a student? She had readers who would write to her with that sort of question. And here it is. Uh, but it also, the same idea applies to other forms of government assistance like Social Security. And she actually mentions Social Security in that, I think is it this passage or the next? Maybe it's number 3. I know she explicitly refers to Social Security somewhere here. If I do, I don't know if I can do a search. Oh yeah, there it is. So the same moral principles that apply to uh, government scholarships, the same moral principles and considerations apply to the issue of accepting Social Security, unemployment insurance, or other payments of that kind. It is obvious in such cases that a man receives his own money, which was taken from him by force, directly and specifically, without his consent, against his own choice. Those who advocate such laws are morally guilty since they assumed the rights, in quotes, to force employers and unwilling coworkers. But the victims who oppose such laws have a clear right to any refund of their own money, and they would not advance the cause of freedom if they left their money unclaimed for the benefit of the welfare state administration. So there's a paragraph from Ayn Rand in which she explains the moral issues involved. So if you oppose Social Security, then you're morally justified in taking it. But if you are one of the people who advocate this sort of system, if you are one who assumes the right to force people, then you don't have a moral right to it. So it's a little ironic. The people who support the program shouldn't have a moral claim to it, whereas those who oppose it, since they grasp the issue of rights correctly, only they properly can claim some of it. They don't want there to be a system of parasitism. So it's there's a non-equivalence there. So I recommend reading this article if you want to look more into this issue. And there's some place where she talks about this issue of getting out exactly how much you paid in. Is it that maybe it's this paragraph? Oh yeah, I think it's this paragraph. Let me read some of this. It does not matter in this context whether a given individual has or has not paid an amount of taxes equal to the amount of scholarships he accepts. So again, this applies more broadly than just the issue of scholarships, but that's the main example she's talking about. And to elaborate on that point, she continues, first, the sum of his individual losses cannot be computed. This is part of the welfare state philosophy, which treats everyone's income as public property. Second, if he has reached college age, he has undoubtedly paid in hidden taxes much more than the amount of the scholarship. Or, if his parents cannot afford to pay for his education, consider what taxes they have paid, directly or indirectly, during the 20 years of his life, and you will see that a scholarship is too pitifully small to be even to be called a restitution. So she talks about hidden taxes there and taxes that his parents are paying. So there's the taxes that his parents have paid while he's growing up. So he hasn't paid them himself. So if he gets a government scholarship, maybe that can be seen as partial restitution for the taxes his parents have had to pay to support public education. But there's also the other issues I mentioned before, like the inflation that's not mentioned here, but the all the damage done to your savings by inflation and also the regulations. So let me come back now to the chat. All right, we've got John of Gaunt. That's an interesting name. I gotta check out John of Gaunt's channel. I gotta come back to the chat here. Okay, that's a new account created on October 9th. That was 9 days ago. So uh, I'd check out the account date creation, the date of creation on accounts, because sometimes that implies a troll, especially if it's a newly created account, because I think trolls they will often get blocked and then they have to create a new account in order to get around the block. So I don't know if John of Gaunt is going to turn out to be a troll, but we'll see. All right, but let me look at some of these other chats that have come in, and let me make a list of topics. I haven't forgotten the Israel blockade one. Oh, Jonathan Honig is here. Hi, Jonathan. He says Martin Anderson. Yeah, that was the name of the person who helped end the military draft. I wonder what I'll get if I Google that name. I'm curious to see what comes up. I guess that's Martin Anderson, American economist. Is there a Wikipedia? Oh, he's got a Wikipedia page. He was an American academic, economist, author, policy analyst, and advisor to U.S. politicians and presidents, including Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon. In the Nixon administration, he was credited with helping to end the military draft and creating the all-volunteer armed forces. Under Reagan, Anderson helped draft the administration's original economic program that became known as Reaganomics. A political conservative and a strong proponent of free market capitalism, he was influenced by libertarianism and opposed government regulation that limited individual freedom. He wrote and edited numerous books on topics concerning urban renewal, military manpower, welfare reform, higher education, and his experiences advising Reagan and Nixon. Later, he co-edited 4 books on Reagan's writings and co-authored 2 books on Reagan's efforts to negotiate nuclear disarmament with the Soviet Union. Okay. I wonder if Ayn Rand is mentioned here. Ah, here we go. Next paragraph. About his early life and education. In 1958, he met his future wife. They married in 1965. They shared an interest in conservative politics and had campaigned together for Barry Goldwater in the 1964 presidential election. They later attended courses together at the Nathaniel Branden Institute and became friends with novelist and philosopher Ayn Rand, and through Rand met economist Alan Greenspan, who, through Rand and Alan Greenspan's recommendation, had begun his career in government. So there you have it, the connection to Ayn Rand and Martin Anderson, who helped to end the military draft. All right. Where did I last leave off? Oh, here. Hi, Wade. Wade O'Donoghue is here from South Africa. That's where Wade is from. Okay, I was up to here with John Wayne. And then Ironic Acid asks, what was Rand's philosophical relationship to Nozick? Well, there's another article I can refer you to. So some of what I do here is I can just refer you to places that discuss these questions more thoroughly. Let me do a Google search on this. There's an article or a chapter in the book called Philosophic, or what is it? Free Society, something. It's part of the Ayn Rand Studies philosophical series. Oh, it must be this one. Must read new book on Rand's philosophic case for capitalism. Yeah, Foundations of a Free Society. Reflections on Ayn Rand's political philosophy. Edited by Gregory Salmieri and Robert Mayhew. So there is a chapter in that book on Ayn Rand and Robert Nozick. I don't know if Nozick is mentioned in this article. Oh, contrasting Rand and Nozick on freedom. So here's a little on that. Of the many outstanding essays in this collection, one especially noteworthy item is an article by Onkar Ghate, Senior Fellow and Chief Content Officer of the Ayn Rand Institute. The piece is an examination of some of the significant differences between Rand's approach to political philosophy and that of Robert Nozick. Nozick was the celebrated Harvard philosopher whose 1974 book, Anarchy, State, and Utopia, is often viewed as defending a political system very similar to the laissez-faire system Rand advocated. According to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, Anarchy, State, and Utopia shocked the philosophical world with its robust and sophisticated defense of the minimal state. Although Nozick was familiar with Rand's ideas in political philosophy, the differences between their views swamped the similarities, particularly in terms of their fundamental approaches to political philosophy and their conceptions of individual rights. For instance, one of the key issues at the foundation of political philosophy is the very question of where political philosophy begins. What are its starting points? What are the first questions that arise when one begins a systematic consideration of the subject? Ghate argues that Rand thinks that political philosophy rests on a deeper question than Nozick recognizes. What Nozick calls the fundamental question of political philosophy, should there be any state at all, is not for Rand the first question. The first question is, why should an individual seek a social existence? And then, why, more specifically, should he value an organized society with other individuals, many of whom are strangers? What are the benefits obtainable in society and on what terms? It is a crucial but later question whether those terms include the formation of a government, and if so, what kind of government? How much longer does this go on? I don't know if I want to read the whole thing, but you can see that it goes on for a few more paragraphs. So I'm not going to read all of this. Maybe I'll just stop there and you can look further into it if you like. So you can see this is also from New Ideal, the publication of the Ayn Rand Institute. Here's the URL. I read that chapter by Onkar Ghate, but it's been a while, so I don't know that I could tell you much more about it. But you can find more in that article. That's an article by Keith Lockitch, who is a fellow at the Ayn Rand Institute. Keith Lockitch. Thanks for the likes. I see we've got some more likes on the stream here. Got 10 people at the moment. Nice to see. Thanks for coming by. All right. John says 100% taxation. Oh, I was going to make a note about the Israel to Palestine topic as one that I might come back to. So I'm doing that in another window. Israel Palestine. But when I have a bunch of chats on the same thread, like the Social Security or Medicare or taxes issue, I like to stick with the same thread for a while. So there's not too much jumping around. But then maybe later I'll cycle back to the Israel-Palestine topic and we can spend some more time on that. All right, let me close some of these other windows I got open. I only want two windows open. Okay, now I got the correct windows. Okay. John says 100% taxation, take all your life's work is wrong, but taking 50% of your life's work is okay. Is okay. Is a-okay. Half of the year your work goes to someone else. And of course contributes to the insane mixed economy where everyone fights for their slice of unearned benefits. There's something called Tax Liberation Day or something like that. I don't know the exact name, but the day that you stop working for the government, like if a third of your income goes to the government every year in taxes, people will say, someday in April, right? Because that's about a third of the way through. It's, going to vary for everyone. But yeah, if the government takes half of your income, then maybe your tax liberation day is June or July, right? And there's also state taxes and maybe local taxes depending on where you live. John says, I don't know how people are so mentally paralyzed by the idea of roads not funded by government. Who will build the roads? No one has this attitude about anything else. Who built your iPhone? I had a discussion about roads in a previous stream. I don't know if that was in the title, but we went on for quite a while about the roads in one of my recent streams. I think it might have been the one that Stephen McGowan was here for. Oh, I think it was, I'm guessing it was this one. You can see some of the chat there. There's Steve. And maybe if I go down to the description, it'll tell us whether, oh yeah, here it is, private roads and monopolies. And debating capitalism with chatters Stephen and Gramey. So in that, there was some discussion of private roads. And that whole debate looks like that went on for about 40 plus minutes. So a substantial part of that was discussing roads. So you can check that out. That was the stream from October 9th. And here's the title for it. John says corporations can build computers, but they can't pave dirt. Am I missing something? Gaza seemed to be doing pretty well during the blockade, says Florida Nick. Israel gave up on winning. It's safe to assume to do her extensive surgeries and cancer treatments. What's safe to assume? You mean that she got out more than she put in? I don't know about that. Do you have, so you don't have any hard evidence? You're just assuming that? Is that what you're saying? That reminded me the reason I came to this article in the first place from by Onkar Ghate about the myth of Ayn Rand and Social Security. He says, here I'll highlight it. Rand likely collected Social Security. The archival evidence I've seen is not conclusive. So he works at the Ayn Rand Institute and he has access to the Ayn Rand archives. And he says the archival evidence he's seen is not conclusive. Although he does say she likely collected Social Security, but it's not certain. So I think the evidence that was published about this that I'm aware of was in a book called 100 Voices: An Oral History of Ayn Rand's. I'll type that in the chat and then do a Google search on it. Here it is, 100 Voices: An Oral History of Ayn Rand. So a bunch of people were interviewed. I don't know if it's exactly 100 people, but um, many people were interviewed after Ayn Rand died, and the interviews were edited and published in this book. And in one of those interviews, there was an interview with a social worker who was tasked with signing Ayn Rand up for Social Security. I think she worked or was somehow, this social worker was affiliated with Ayn Rand's law firm, and the law firm had the social worker visit Ayn Rand and discuss the process or the fact of getting her signed up for Social Security. And that interview is published in this book, which came out, I think, around 2010. Maybe I should look this up in a different window first on Amazon. Maybe I can. Here it is on Amazon. Edited by Scott McConnell. Yeah, 2010 is when that book came out. Let's see, is this going to give the table of contents? I don't remember the name of the woman, the social worker who was the one interviewed about Ayn Rand and Social Security, but it was in the 1970s. I'm looking in the table of contents now. I'm sure I'll recognize the name. Evva Pryor. That's the one. Here, I'll show that. Let me share a different window. Here's the table of contents. So I'll scroll to the top. So here's the book, An Oral History of Ayn Rand, 100 Voices, edited by Scott McConnell. And here the interviews are divided by decade. That's her sister, Ayn Rand's sister. She got married, and I guess this is the surname of the Russian man that she married. So she was interviewed for this book, and she was the only one in here who knew Ayn Rand during her childhood, because Ayn Rand was in Russia until 1926. She was born in 1905, and then she left Russia in 1926 when she was 21 years old. And Ayn Rand never went back. So she didn't have any more communication with her sisters after 1926 in person. I mean, she did write letters, and some of those letters, at least the letters from her family to her, are preserved. The letters going the other direction, I don't think have been preserved. But much later in her life, Ayn Rand's sister visited her in the United States. I'm guessing it was sometime in the 1970s. Nora is how she's usually referred to. Nora visited Ayn Rand in the United States, if I recall correctly, and it didn't go very well. I think her sister did not like America, and but anyway, she was interviewed for this book, and since her contact with Ayn Rand was mostly in the 1910s. She shows up there. But then there are other people in Ayn Rand's life who are interviewed. And if you go down to the 1970s, that's when Ayn Rand's had interactions. Here's the 1970s. Evva Pryor, she was the social worker who Ayn Rand's law firm put in touch with Ayn Rand to get her signed up for Social Security. And I don't know that. So in this interview, I don't know that I don't recall if it says she was actually signed up or she was just discussing with her the prospect of maybe signing her up for it. But there is this interview. Now, I don't know if there's other uh, more hard evidence in the Ayn Rand archives, maybe like applications or forms or something that would provide evidence to make it certain whether she signed up for Medicare or Social Security. Um, but maybe. All right. Here, I'm going to stop this screen share and go back to the chat. Screen, where was the, here we go. Oh, did I hit the wrong button? Um, okay. Ironic Acid says John of Gaunt is a troll. Okay, I haven't been looking at the chat. So let me come back to the chat and see what's going on there. I guess I won't scroll down in case there are some comments from a troll that I don't want to appear on the screen. I'm just reading some of John of Gaunt's chats. Where do they start? Here, actually, I think it'll be easier than I was just looking at them on my phone. But what I'm going to do, I'm just going to stop the screen share and look at them on my laptop screen, just while I'm looking at the potential trolls chats. I'll stop the screen share because it's easier to look at them on my laptop. I'll just do a search on his name. So, what are the comments that you think are trollish? He asked, do you folks vibe with Stirner or not? That's Max Stirner, who was some people call him an advocate for egoism. I haven't read Stirner myself. And then he asked something about, do you think the Black Panthers' actions to oppose police regulation were moral or not? All right, I'm not sure why you think he's a troll. Oh, Ironic Acid said he's got to go. All right, I'm going to share this again. I didn't see any chats that I'm worried about sharing on screen. So ironic acid said here that John of Gaunt is a troll, and then he's got to go, so he's not going to be here to explain why he thinks he's a troll. I didn't see any comments from John of Gaunt that made me think he's a troll. I don't know if you thought some of these are troll comments, but they seem okay to me. I mean, maybe there's something I missed. I, from what I've heard about Stirner, I would say no. I don't vibe with Stirner. That I've heard he's got a sort of Nietzschean view of egoism, where you sacrifice others to yourself, whereas Ayn Rand opposes sacrificing others to yourself. She opposes both that and sacrificing yourself to others. So stomping on others instead of letting others stomp on you. She has a view of the world where you have a harmonious relation to others. It's not stomp or be stomped on. It's recognize people's rights and they recognize your rights. It's a harmonious coexistence. Now, as I said, I haven't read Stirner myself firsthand. I've just heard about him, but based on what I've heard, he has a very opposed view of egoism to Ayn Rand's view. Evolutionary capitalism is here. Hello. Let's see, is that all the chatters? I think I've at least seen all the chatters. Let me go to my chat list here. Why is it showing up? Maybe if I refresh the page. Okay, now I can see all the chatters at a glance. This is Florida Nick. Oh yeah, there's Jonathan, Wade. Okay. Robert says from Eva Pryor, quote, I remember telling her that this was going to be difficult. For me to do my job, she had to recognize that there were exceptions to her theory. So that started our discussions, our political discussions. From there on, with gusto, we argued all the time. The initial argument was on greed. She had to see that there was such a thing as greed in this world. Doctors could cost a lot more money than books earn, and she could be totally wiped out by medical bills if she didn't watch it. Since she had worked her entire life and had paid into Social Security, she had a right to it. She didn't feel that an individual should take help. At, After several meetings and arguments, she gave me her power of attorney to deal with all matters having to do with health and Social Security. Whether she agreed or not is not the issue. She saw the necessity for both her and Frank, that's her husband, Frank O'Connor. She was never involved other than to sign the power of attorney. I did the rest. Okay, thanks for that, Robert. So these are quotes from that interview with Eva Pryor, the social worker who signed Ayn Rand up for Social Security and I guess also Medicare. So all that interview tells us is what does it say here? She was never involved other than to sign the power of attorney. I did the rest, says the social worker. So I guess that means probably I'm guessing that means that she signed Ayn Rand up for these programs. But maybe there's some more hard evidence in the archives that actually shows the documents, the signing up. There was one thing in there. Oh yeah. So she was. I'm wondering why Ayn Rand was putting up resistance. Like if this interview with Eva Pryor is accurate and they were debating whether Ayn Rand should sign up, I wonder why, given that, as I showed you in this article, that Ayn Rand wrote. and she explicitly referred to the morality of accepting Social Security and how um, a man is receiving his own money, which was taken from him by force, why she would be putting up resistance. So this article was written in the 60s, the June 1966 issue of her magazine, The Objectivist. And it was 10 years later than that, I think, 1976, or sometime in the 70s anyway, that she had this discussion, or this alleged discussion at least, with Eva Pryor. So I don't know if I don't know why Ayn Rand would have had to be convinced that it was okay to sign up for Social Security if she had already written herself about the issue 10 years or so earlier. So this is curious to me. And it actually came up in my on my channel. Where was that? I think it might have been. Oh, okay, I remember. It was in. If you search on Social Security, I think it was this video. Did Sam Cedar smear Ayn Rand as hypocritical for taking Social Security and then change his mind? I called into Sam Cedar's show to discuss this, and um, it seemed like he was giving different takes. Like in one video from 2011, he said she was hypocritical, and then later in a video from 2024, he said she was not. So that's what I discussed in this video. But in the comment section, someone left a comment here. I don't know if that comment is still there, but I think was it this one? Oh yeah, this person. Lisa Diogardi. She's quoting the book 100 Voices, and she's referring to this interview with the social worker, Eva Pryor. And um, we had a little back and forth. Rand did not want to take the money. So that corresponds with the quote that Robert was giving in the chat there. At least according to Eva Pryor's telling of this story, Rand was at least putting up resistance, and she had to be convinced. But I'm not sure why she would have had to be convinced, given that she had written in that article 10 years before that it was moral. So, and I say something about that in this reply to this commenter. If she was reluctant to sign up for Social Security and Medicare, I'm not sure why, given that she herself explained in her article the question of scholarships, why it's appropriate for someone like her to benefit from such programs. Okay. See, we got some more chats here from Robert and Evolutionary, Florida Nick. I wonder if Stephen McGowan is still here. He was the one who asked about Israel. I'm more likely to discuss a topic if the person who raised it is here. So you can let me know in the chat if you're still here, Stephen, and then maybe I'll go to your topic. I guess I could discuss it at least a little bit, even if you're not here, but I'll discuss it more if you're here and you want to talk about it. Oh, Steven says unsubsidized surgery costs are in the many tens of thousands. He says, regarding Rand, it does not matter if to me if she took out more than she put in. I think hypocrite is a quaint notion. All this is to say I'm happy she received the benefits of a social safety net. Jonathan says he's watching on a plane. Ain't technology grand? Cool. Thanks for mentioning that, Jonathan. I wonder if you're the first person who's watched me while on a plane. Yeah, technology is grand. All right. Well, I wish you a safe flight, safe and pleasant flights, and I hope you enjoy the show. So I think we would all be much better off if we didn't have Social Security. It's important to keep in mind the issue of the seen and the unseen. So you see certain benefits that you get from a given program, but what you don't see is the all the benefits you could have had if we had a free society, like all the medical innovation and progress that we could have had if all that money was better spent than when it's coercively taken away from you and other people to be spent as others think it's best for it to be spent. I say here, my life is not for tyrants or mobs. It's not for the mob. It's not for the masses or whoever to decide how my money is spent. My life and my money are for me, not for others. So, and that applies to healthcare as well. It's not my responsibility to pay for other people's healthcare. And I think if all people have a right to their own earnings and spend it as they choose, then there will be much more progress and innovation and morality. I mean, that's the most important thing. People have a moral right to their earnings. Maybe Ayn Rand wouldn't have even had cancer to begin with if there were a much better health system in place. I don't see any new chats from Stephen McGowan, so maybe he's left. Also, John of Gaunt's. I haven't seen him in a while, so it'd be nice if there were a way to see who's still here. But maybe that's a future innovation YouTube can do. Like, on Facebook, they have this little green dot you can see if someone is active on Facebook. If they had something like that on YouTube, I could see if they're still here. But that might also come at a expense of like privacy. You might not want everyone to know whether you're active at a given time. So maybe that's a reason YouTube doesn't have that feature. And there might be, I think you can turn that option off on Facebook. There's probably a setting you can adjust so that people can't see if you're active on it, even if you are. So maybe that's a good solution. They could have it on YouTube and just leave it up to you to adjust your settings. So then there's no worry of a violation of privacy because it's up to you. In a society without taxpayers, are we to assume corporations will simply accept the burden of researching new areas of science? So that was from 11:30. That was 50 minutes ago. So I'm behind by like 50 minutes in the chat. Yep. All right. Maybe I'll go through these quicker so I can catch up. Give quick answers, especially if it's to someone who's not here. Where was that? 11:30. In a society without taxpayers, are we to assume corporations will simply accept the burden of researching new areas of science? I think that's at least one source of funding. There are R&D departments. They already do research. Some companies, like medical companies, they have an R&D division. They research new drugs, for example. Hold on, I got to close a window. I was getting some noise. It's a little distracting. Yeah, I think there were some corporations or wealthy individuals would see it as in their self-interest as a long-term investment to engage in research of science. Like Elon Musk, he's researching Neuralink. That would be an example of a private individual who's doing scientific research. Also, if they did, surely discoveries would not be shared out, thus stemming the growth of science as a whole, or stunting the growth, you say? Well, there's an incentive to grow if you know you can profit from it. So it could do the opposite of stem the growth of stunt the growth of science. If you know you can benefit from discoveries that you make, isn't that going to incentivize you to make discoveries? And there are things like patents, and but that's a way of benefiting at least for a limited time. You know, patents they expire after a certain number of years, so that then there can be other people who can help uh, further grow things. But I think intellectual property is important for promoting growth and innovation and protecting the rights of people. They put all this, you invest a lot of your own time, money, effort, resources into something. Shouldn't you be able to benefit from that? Stephen says, I I saw from your thesis, Stan, that the Ayn Rand Institute funded you for part of your PhD. Even if you wanted to, do you think you would be comfortable holding contrarian views to the Institute? Sure. Yeah. Um, why not? It's more important to me to recognize the truth than to get some money temporarily from some organization. I'm not going to sacrifice my mind. Uh, that's completely contrary to my self-interest. And I wasn't funded by the Ayn Rand Institute. I got a scholarship from a different organization, the Prometheus Foundation, um, but that's separate from the Ayn Rand Institute. This was back in 2018, around there, 2018, 2019. I finished my dissertation in 2019. Um, I did get other kinds of assistance from the Ayn Rand Institute. In particular, I was participating in their academic program, the Objectivist Academic Center. There were some seminars that Gregory Salmieri, an objectivist philosopher, was giving. He was working with a number of graduate students who were at the time working on their PhD dissertations, and I got a lot of help in those seminars. So, and those were um, organized as a program of the Ayn Rand Institute. So I got that sort of intellectual assistance from the Ayn Rand Institute, but it wasn't financial assistance. The financial assistance was from a separate organization. But there's always the issue of like there's a concern about ad hominems. Like if you attack someone's view just because they got funding, like even if I were, let's say I were an employee of the Ayn Rand Institute, like what about all the Ayn Rand Institute fellows? Like this article by Onkar Ghate, he's an employee of the Ayn Rand Institute, and he wrote this article about Ayn Rand's and Social Security. So was is Onkar compromised because he's being funded by the Ayn Rand Institute to say things that are pro Ayn Rand's? Or Keith Lockitch, who wrote this article, is his objectivity compromised? Well, people can join an organization because they agree with the mission of the organization, and not it's not that they first they see an opportunity for money and then they happen to uh, join Ayn Rand, the Ayn Rand Institute because of that. It's I don't think that's the way the causation goes. I think first they agree with Ayn Rand and they say, "Oh, yeah, I want to join the Ayn Rand Institute and help promote their ideas and get paid for doing it." And then I can um, get paid to promote my values. But it's not like they didn't already have these ideas before um, writing for Ayn Rand. Um, but you can't. I don't think you can just dismiss someone's views because they're being paid. It doesn't mean they don't believe in what they're being paid for. And it would be maybe some kind of ad hominem fallacy to say, "Oh, well, your argument is no good. What you say doesn't make sense because you're being paid by such and such." No, the argument stands or falls on its own. So if you have a problem with the argument, like this explanation of what gave Ayn Rand the moral right to collect Social Security, well, attack the argument. Say there's some flaw in the reasoning that is given in this article. It doesn't matter who wrote this article. The reasoning stands or falls on its own. It doesn't matter who says 2 + 2 is 4. Um, the reasoning for that stands or falls on its own. And if you think there's a problem with the reasoning, then attack the reasoning. But you can't refute someone by pointing out some circumstance about the person. They work for somewhere, therefore what they argue is invalid. Yeah, that doesn't follow. But there are things like conflicts of interest. Like there are like I was thinking of juries, like you wouldn't want someone on a jury if the person on trial is a close relative or family member. So um, you might think that there's reason to suspect their objectivity could be compromised. They're not going to be fully objective in their judgment if they have a close relation. And also if you have a close like financial like I think politicians sometimes they make financial dealings which you might reasonably think are inappropriate for them to be making. Um, like if you're in the Trump administration and you're a big investor in Bitcoin, and all of a sudden the Trump administration is very friendly to Bitcoin and wants to use it as a reserve currency, and then the value of Bitcoin goes through the roof, and then you sell off all your Bitcoin. That might seem kind of shady, and so I do think there are some contexts where you can look at the financial circumstances of someone and say, well, this is kind of fishy and we shouldn't have this sort of relationship. Um, so maybe at maybe you could have like an initial suspicion that someone might not be sincere in their beliefs because they work for a certain organization and are getting paid. Um, but it's not a knockdown argument. Like, and maybe there actually are some people who are in it just for the money and they deceive people for a while and they pretend like, oh, I'm really on board with this philosophy, but really they just see it as an opportunity to get some money. But over time that comes to the surface and then they get weeded out. So you might have some reasonable suspicion, but it has to be just that. It's not anything definitive. Um, what would actually be definitive is if you have an argument that someone's argument doesn't work. Like people say this also about Alex Epstein, who has contracted with some people in the fossil fuel industry. And people say, oh, you're just paid off by the fossil fuel industry, and that's why you hold the pro fossil fuel viewpoint that you hold. I think that's unjust to Alex. He gives arguments for his viewpoints, and he came to hold these views prior to and independently of his being a contractor for some people in the fossil fuel industry. So I think it might be a kind of ad hominem to just think you can dismiss his arguments. In his books. He's written entire books about his view on fuels. I don't think you can just dismiss that by saying, "Oh, well, he's been paid by so and so." Okay, but the argument stands or falls on its own merits, and that's really what needs to be engaged with. And I think it could be just a dodge to think that, or a red herring to think you can just mention his funding and think that that somehow is enough to refute his viewpoint. All right, here's some more on the Israel issue. Florida Nick says you can look at pictures of Gaza before the war, and to me it looks like they were living well. And the pictures of October 7th, says John, were the pictures of Hamas tunnels. Here's John of Gaunt asking if any of us have played BioShock. I have a video related to BioShock on my channel. Let me show you that. It's in the context of this response video. So there's another YouTuber named President Sunday. He's a leftist, and he has a video on his channel which discusses BioShock and the influence Ayn Rand has or has not had on it. And I've never played the game myself, so I don't comment on how faithful or unfaithful that video game is to the ideas of Ayn Rand. But I just discuss his comments about Ayn Rand, um, aside from whatever relation they have to the video game of BioShock. Um, so I guess you're not going to hear much about BioShock in that video, but there is some kind of small connection to biochack. There is a link though in my video to President Sunday's video, so you can at least get his take on that video game. Um, but I don't recommend his video because of what it says about Ayn Rand. I think the video has many problems. Um, when it comes to his presentation of Ayn Rand. I don't know this video game either. Fallout NV. I don't play video games anymore. I used to when I was much younger, but it's been a long time. The larger part of Dr. Peikoff's inheritance has been the steady income from the copyrights to her works, especially her novels. Yes, she was quite successful, says Robert. Yeah, so that harks back to this comment from, was it Stephen? About how much Ayn Rand paid in versus took out. Um, it- oh yeah, there was that quote about that Robert gave about from Evva Pryor about how expensive operations can be. And I was thinking, well, maybe it didn't consume all of her income if she left $500,000, which is worth like $1.5 million roughly today. If she was going to be completely wiped out, then by that operation, I'm not sure. Like, do you think that would have consumed her entire wealth so she wouldn't have had any money to leave over to her heir? And, what would medical procedures even cost if we had a free market? Maybe they would be much less costly because prices come down over time due to innovation and progress. So um, maybe it wouldn't have been as expensive as it was at that time if there had been a free market. How about just the pics of the restaurants and resorts? I'm not sure what that's referring to. Oh, in Gaza, as evidence that during the blockade it wasn't as bad as it's been portrayed. Before I forget, I think I should copy this chat because remember there was once a problem where the chat didn't get preserved in the live chat replay. But I think it did get preserved for the last show. Yeah, it looks like you can show the chat replay. But it's not letting me scroll all the way back. It's only letting me go to 11:18. I started at 11, so a few chats came in before that. I wonder if I try to go there on this screen, if it, yeah, this one I can go back further. So let me use this at least to this one and copy all of those and then paste those into another document. So the last chat there is from Wade. So I'm going to start from here and then go to the end, and then I think I will have them all. All right. Got them all through 1236. Fallout New Vegas. That's what Fallout NV is. according to John. John wants me to ban evolutionary. Evolutionary has been in many of my chats, and um, I think he's been within bounds. It hasn't been anything I've that's made me want to ban him. So I haven't read all of his chats today, but sometimes there have been things that got me a little irritated, but it hasn't been anything to the extent that I would want to ban someone for. Um, but I haven't gotten to his chats yet. I said I was going to try to get through some of these quicker, but, or at least that maybe I would, but I guess I haven't really increased my pace much. So I was up to here, I think. Florida Next says he's playing through BioShock right now. And seriously, should those who oppose the system but are nonetheless forced to contribute be the ones who pay but don't receive any of their money back? Asked Robert. Yeah, you might think that's more unjust. Like if you might think it's more unjust for people who oppose it and don't get money back than it is for people who don't oppose it and get money back. Because some people, they're okay with the system as it is. They're forced to put in some and then they get some out. Okay. But so they don't have a problem with the system. But people who do have a problem with the system, like Ayn Rand and like me and many of the chatters here, you might think it's more of an injustice to us because we don't want this, yet we're forced to participate in it. We're not being forced to do something that we would have done anyway. Or we are being forced to do something we would not have done anyways. At least maybe not in the same form. Like I might choose to have a private retirement account, but um, I don't want to be forced to pay for others' retirement. If I do that, it's going to be by choice. Like maybe it's someone I value and I want to voluntarily help support someone, but I don't want to be forced, especially to help people I haven't chosen to help. Random strangers, maybe people who are my enemies. And they shouldn't be forced to support me either. Wait, does BioShock support Ayn Rand? John of Gaunt says no. Wayne says no. Oh, I gotta plug in my laptop. It's getting low. All right. Taxation is not theft, says evolutionary. They are like HOA fees. Does anyone engage with that? More on the roads. If you don't like taxes, you can leave. Hey, evolutionary, I've got a video for you to watch. You want to see what the title of it is? If you don't like taxes, leave society. I think that might address your chat there. All right, I'm going to read through some of these faster and then maybe I'll cycle back. And I'm going to save my voice a little while I'm reading these. Locking property rights. I'm going to add that to my list. That might be a point I want to come back to. I need to get some water. I'm going to turn off my camera for a minute. Something fell. I gotta see what happens. Okay, back in business. Where was I? So it looks like John Gaunt might be a Marxist because he's talking in terms of classes. If we should all operate in our own self-interests, is it not in the rational self-interest of the working class to overthrow the bourgeoisie? That reminds me of my title for today's show, where I say no dictatorship of the proletariat who might want to overthrow the bourgeoisie. So I don't think in terms of groups, classes like this, the proletariat versus the bourgeoisie. I think in terms of individuals, there are people in the proletariat or who I might like, and people in the bourgeoisie I might like, and there are people in the proletariat I might hate, and people in the bourgeoisie I might hate. It's not essentially about your level of wealth, and you can shift your level of wealth. You can go from rags to riches and back again. What matters is the individual, not what economic level he might happen to have at a given point. That's not essential to someone's identity. I talked about this in a previous show, a recent show. Was it, I think it was probably this one where I debate capitalism. with some chatters. Robert says, right is impossible to calculate the value of what was taken. It's not simply a matter of determining what the money would have been worth over a lifetime of investing, since investment would have taken the form not just of market rates, but investing in education, one's career, family, home, etc. Game theory. That's right. Evolutionary is interested in game theory. Here, I'm going to make a note about that also. I remember I asked you the question, why shouldn't I live for myself? And you said something like evolutionary has other goals, or that's not evolutionary's goal, or evolution's goal. And I said something like, oh, I don't care what evolution's goal is. If it doesn't maximize my own interest, I'm not interested in it. And I don't know if you brought in determinism there at some point, like saying, well, you don't have a choice. You're just evolutionarily wired to do something or other. But if I don't have a choice, the whole subject of ethics doesn't make sense. Um, because ethics is about how should I live, and you're a determinist. So the whole issue of ethics doesn't make sense. And I know we've gotten into that. I don't know if our last discussion was about determinism. I think it might have been. Oh, and I think I just remembered where that is on my channel also. Is it this one? No, this one? No, I think it's this one. From what date is that? 26th of September. At the end of that, we talk about general evolution as opposed to biological evolution. And there's also, I don't know if actually, I'm not sure if that's the one where we were discussing determinism. There might have been multiple ones, but I seem to recall that that was the last thing we discussed. And I try to discuss things that are fundamental. So um, maybe I should put this in the chat just to help give some structure to this. So I was just looking at 1141. Oh yeah, the one where you mentioned game theory. Let me just write something here. Maybe I'll put it in the chat later. I'm just going to type it though. It'll serve as a reminder while I'm looking at these other chats. I understand that we are economically right, but where do we stand in terms of social policy? What do you mean by saying we are economically right? You mean right wing or right as in correct? I'm not right wing if you mean someone like Donald Trump who imposes tariffs. That's opposed to what that's that's the opposite of what I support. I support freedom, which means no coercion, no initiating force against people, like no forcing them to pay taxes or tariffs, which is a kind of tax, no no regulating people. You can only stop people from initiating force against others. I don't know if ironic acid is still here. Oh, Ike of Newt is back. Is there another ch commie in the chat? He asks. Coolio. That's right. Ike of Newt was a communist. He was here one or two chats ago. I don't. Oh yeah, I asked Evolutionary once what his political view was. He says, I'm actually not a communist. I'm more of a radical capitalist combined with evolutionary theory. Well, he's not a radical capitalist. The way I understand capitalism, he is opposed to capitalism because capitalism, as I understand it, means you're against initiating force. But he's not against initiating force. He thinks there should be some coercion. So he has a different understanding of what capitalism is. I was asking him about anarchy before in a previous chat, and I think he might have said he's not. I don't know what he said about anarchy. I don't know if he addressed that directly. Oh yeah, he says he uses the conventional economic definition of capitalism. That's right. We had a debate about what the definition of capitalism is. Yeah, he calls Rand's idiosyncratic. Yeah, we discussed this in a previous chat. I asked him if the same term should be used for Rand's view and his view. I'm going to add that to my notes. That's another topic might want to come back to. And I remember he said something about he disagrees with Lockean rights. John says, to be fair, I don't think the left-right political dichotomy is even valid to begin with. I talked about that in the last live stream. It's in the I didn't have time to listen to the whole stream again, but I think I at least put something in the description about that, about the political spectrum. Oh yeah, it was in this section. My posts on X about communism, Nazism, and capitalism, because a lot of people they say communism and Nazism are like the far right and the far left, and then they associate Nazism with capitalism, which I think is ridiculous. So I was talking about the political uh, spectrum there and what is the right way to think of it, but I don't actually use the term spectrum in the description. I say it's ridiculous because Nazism is violating people's individual rights massively and initiating force massively against people like the Jews. And capitalism opposes that the way I understand capitalism. It's a package deal to put those two in the same category. It's combining things that are essentially different. Acid, I don't know what that refers to. Oh, his name? Why is his name ironic acid? Does he try to dissolve things with irony? Oh, John doesn't want to explain that why the dichotomy is not even valid to begin with. All right, here's that one about Black Panthers. It's 11:45. I don't know much about the Black Panthers, but maybe they did they initiate violence against police? If so, I oppose that. Police themselves don't initiate violence, or at least they shouldn't. Properly, they should only use retaliatory force, not initiate force. So they protect people from force. Do you think members of marginalized groups should arm themselves against oppression? Well, you have a right to self-defense. So you can own a gun, and if someone attacks you or threatens to attack you, you can take retaliatory action. But what do you mean by oppression? Do you mean you might mean something that I don't think would be, or I don't think should be considered force? Like I don't think it makes sense for a black person today in 2025 to go around and enslave random white people because his own ancestors many generations ago were slaves. I think that's a collectivist sort of viewpoint and just treat all white people and all black people as interchangeable. And if something happened bad to a black person many generations ago caused by someone who is white, therefore today anyone who is white is can reasonably be attacked by anyone who is black or through something like reparations. I think there can be reparations if we're talking about if it's specific and you can actually trace it back to individuals. Like if you are the very person who was enslaved, I think, that and we can identify who was your slave owner, then I think if slavery is abolished, we can now take away the assets of that slave owner and give them to the slave. But that's a very identifiable situation. I mean, the individuals are identifiable, the ones who suffered the injustice and the ones who perpetrated the injustice. But I don't think you can now, like century over a century later, many generations later, do that same kind of wealth transfer from random whites to random blacks. I don't think that's just. Um, and I mean, it's true that I think that you're not as well off as you might have been had your ancestors. It's hard to know, like how things would have been different if there had been justice going all the way back. I mean, white people could do this to white people, other white people. Like you go back centuries and you had white people fighting white people. I mean, I guess um, like England is fighting France, and France is fighting England, and Germany, and all Europe is. You got the Catholics and the Protestants killing each other, slaughtering each other by the thousands in the wars of religion in the 17th century. So if I can trace my ancestors back to someone who was slaughtered like 400 years ago, and am I now justified in getting reparations from someone else who's got an ancestor who slaughtered my ancestor 400 years ago in Europe somewhere? I don't think you can. right wrongs in that sort of way and trace them back. Um, yeah, that doesn't seem like a just. It seems like it might just be an attempt to exploit the the problems of one ancestors. Like if I am set back, I don't know how you can even calculate this. Like as I said, you can go from rags to riches and back again. In 3 generations, there was a saying, from shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations. One generation makes the wealth, the next generation gets inherited wealth and then fritters it away, squanders it, and then the third generation is back to rags from shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations. And this can also happen in the lifetime of one person. You can get rich and then you can squander your money. So how are you going to determine like how well off you would have been had your ancestors, your distant ancestors, not been enslaved or not been persecuted in some way? There's just no way to know. And there's free will involved. People make choices. It's not some deterministic system where you can just determine, like through Newton's laws, some kind of Laplacian demon, if you know that metaphor, or thought experiment, and you can compute how things would have turned out had some initial conditions been different. Okay, I get up to the quotes of Eva Pryor, which I already read. Okay, let me make another note about this as a potential topic. I should note the time of it too. That'll help me find it. So that's 12:07 Pacific. A lot of chats from Evolutionary. Can you give an example of where sacrificing others benefits you? Asks Florida Nick. He's asking evolutionary because evolutionary is saying that there are cases where sacrificing others maximizes your own happiness. And Robert is arguing against the idea that sacrificing others to yourself is in your self-interests. And then evolutionary gives a hypothetical purporting to show that there is such a case. Okay, I'm just reading through this hypothetical. You can always change the facts. about human nature in order to get to some conclusion. Like, let's say that suppose that eating 5,000 Twinkies every hour maximizes your happiness. Should you do it? Sure. So, well, what implications does that have for my actual life? Should I now eat 5,000 Twinkies? Well, no, because it's not actually true that eating 5,000 Twinkies or hot dogs, if in case you don't know what a Twinkie is, this has been, I think they stopped producing Twinkies some years ago. But hot dogs, everyone knows what hot dogs are. Suppose that eating 5,000 hot dogs per hour maximizes your happiness. Should you now start eating 5,000 hot dogs per hour? Well, no, because in fact, that's not what leads to your happiness. That would probably kill you. I don't think it's even possible. I mean, um, so you can make up some contrary to fact hypothetical, but that doesn't, like you can say suppose that sacrificing others to yourself leads to your happiness. Should you do it? Sure. Well, just like with eating the 5,000 hot dogs. I mean, so much weight is being put on that if. But what's relevant here is it actually true that sacrificing others leads to your own happiness? But you can plug anything into the antecedent position of a hypothetical and put into the consequence the fact that it's gonna or the claim that it's gonna lead to happiness. If X, then Y, and Y is something like maximizes your happiness. You can put anything, any crazy thing you want into X and let Y be maximizes your happiness. If X, then Y. I guess, sure. I would do X then, if that's the structure of the hypothetical. But where does that get you? I mean, take what you could say that about any ethical position. Like if you're a utilitarian, which evolutionary capitalism utilitarianism is, I guess. If I say, what's something that you think is horrible to do? And then I say, well, if that horrible thing, that's our X now, led to however you formulate utilitarianism, if it leads to the greatest happiness of the greatest number, I think you said once that's not how you understand utilitarianism. So, what is your understanding of it? But whatever it is, plug that into the Y position, and then plug whatever repugnant thing you want into the X position. Then you're going to have to say on your ethical theory, yes, you should do it. But that doesn't really show much because you'll just say, well, okay, well, that doesn't lead to the greatest happiness of the greatest number, in fact, or whatever your formulation of Y is. So it's not really an argument against egoism that you can make up some bizarre hypothetical. I don't think it's an argument against any ethical position. You could subject any ethical position to some bizarre hypothetical. I think what we need to do is base our view on the facts. So what is actually the case, not just hypothetically the case. It seems like you think it's in fact the case that sacrificing others to yourself is in your own interest, at least in some cases. So I guess I would want to debate that. Now, there are lifeboat cases where you could kill other people justifiably, but those are lifeboat cases. Those aren't cases of normal life. Ayn Rand has an article called The Ethics of Emergencies, where she discusses lifeboat cases and says they're a kind of red herring. That doesn't really that doesn't tell you what ethics is about, essentially. That um, I could go on longer on this topic, but let me come back to the chat. I see a comment from Jason, and then some more from Evolutionary. The scenario he gave earlier. Yeah, maybe I'll get to that scenario. The button pushing one. What was it? Um, I was up to around here. I'm just saying it does. So you're making a stipulation. You're testing the logical breaking point of objectivist egoism. What is logic if it's not connected to reality? Says Florida Nick. You can't just assume that living a life of non-aggression at all times will maximize your own happiness, is another way to put it. Well, I just gave you a case where you could aggress against someone else, like a lifeboat case. There are cases where you can justifiably kill someone else. You can aggress against them, but those are emergency cases. In general, for the most part, if we're not talking about emergency cases, I think it's true. It's bad for yourself to initiate force against others. So don't take that principle out of context and think it applies no matter what at all times, as you say. Understand the context in which the principle applies, which is not an emergency context. It's easy to think of cases where aggressing maximizes your own happiness. Yeah, I just did one. If you're like emergency cases are easy, but if you think it's easy to think of cases where no emergency is involved and that are also realistic. They're not just like you can press a button and make yourself happy and kill all the other people on Earth. Let's hypothetically assume that if you press this button, you'll annihilate all the other people in existence, but you will make yourself, you'll maximize your own happiness. Should you press that button? Sure. I don't see why not. But I think that's just a pretty wild hypothetical. Is the world actually like that, such that I could press a button and maximize my happiness? Uh, and pressing that button would both maximize my happiness and annihilate everyone else in existence, including all my friends and my romantic partner. Is that really how reality works? Or is that just a wild sci-fi thought experiment? If it's just wild sci-fi, then it doesn't really prove anything relevant to this actual life, actual human nature, how the world actually works. It's just a crazy hypothetical. All right, just reading some more of these chats. Robert says he doesn't define right as that which yields maximum happiness. I wonder if he defines it in terms of life. Although I think life and happiness go together, but you might think that life is a more objective standard, and whereas happiness is a subjective one. Oh, here it is. Robert defines right as that which is proper to the life of a rational being. Robert says happiness is an end, but not a standard. I don't think ethics needs philosophy, says evolutionary. It needs science, math, and economics. I take ethics to be a substantial part of what philosophy is, says Robert. Yeah, we talked about the hierarchy of knowledge before, and I gave the example of arithmetic being more fundamental than algebra, and you disputed that. Must run. We'll catch up later. Be well all, says Robert. All right. Thanks for coming by, Robert. Appreciate it. And thanks for your chats. Rand does not equate a life of non-aggression with maximization of one's own happiness. That's just one thing. That's one necessary condition of a life of happiness. It's not a sufficient condition. There are many virtues you have to exercise, which I have listed on my background here, like independence, integrity, honesty, justice, productiveness, pride, rationality, use reason. You need to do all of those things to live a happy life. Even that is not sufficient, but they are necessary conditions. Like, what if you exercise all these virtues and you don't initiate force, yet you're struck with cancer? Um, there are some things that are out of your control, but there are many things within your control in addition to just not initiating force or not aggressing against people, which are necessary. So she has a much fuller conception of what a happy life is than merely not initiating force against people. So you're misrepresenting her view here. And then you're saying she's doing mental gymnastics to support this view, which she does not hold. He's being sufficiently polite, John. So I'm not going to block him. He has a lot of disagreements, and he comes from a very different framework, but he's being civil. So um, yeah, let's be civil to him too, and not throw names like this. The chat jumped forward as I was reading it. I don't know why that happens. Okay, so there's a trolley car case. Going to make a note of that as a topic to potentially come back to. But yeah, HOA fees. But a country is not private property, whereas an HOA is, or HOA community is private property. A country is not. That's my view. Right. I've heard this point before. I remember you making this. I don't think it matters, though, to whether I should be an egoist. Are objectivists normally childless? Not to my knowledge. Some have children, some don't. I don't know what the norm is. I don't know like what the statistics are. Leonard Peikoff has a daughter. He was Ayn Rand's top student for decades. Yaron Brook, who you mentioned earlier, he's got two sons. Lots of objectivists have children, including leading objectivist intellectuals, and they care about their children. So they might have a egoistic reason to care about uh, life after they exist, but only because there are people they value. It doesn't have to be children; it can be friends. You can want the world to be a good place for your friends or your children or your spouse who survives you when you die. But it's because they are of value to you. They matter to you. So it's still egoistic. And it's not the same as caring about people 10,000 years from now who you have no knowledge of. And we don't even know if there's going to be people in 10,000 years. What if an asteroid like strikes the Earth and destroys all life? Okay, here's the definition of capitalism issue. I don't agree with Locke about on everything having to do with rights. Like he thought rights were God-given, and I don't think there even is a God. So um, I think he made some good insights, but I don't think he had a completely rational theory. Jason says, Hostess makers of Twinkies went bankrupt, but came back after a year or so. Oh, so they're still making Twinkies then? I hadn't heard about them coming back. Well, it's not a universal claim. And I've given you examples that there are cases where it can be emergency cases, lifeboat cases, where it can be self-interested to initiate force. You can't just call emergencies outside of normality. Well, that's at least part of what an emergency is. It's an abnormal condition. If it's okay to aggress in lifeboat scenarios, where else, i.e., I take it that's a stand-in for emergency scenarios. Where else is it okay to implement aggression? Maybe nowhere. I don't know. Do you have something in mind? In general, I don't think there are. I don't think it's good. If I can identify one case, one sort of case, why should that imply that there are also other kinds of cases? And there's other qualifications you can put on it, like with children. Like, am I initiating force against my infant if I carry it in in my arms against its will? Well, it doesn't really have, um, that would also be a case where, I mean, maybe you could call that initiating force, but the issue of consent isn't really relevant there. You're dealing with a infant. The principle applies in an adult context. Well, no, it's not violating rights because the issue of rights doesn't apply in emergency cases. So rights are contextual. They're a way of organizing society. They're not a way of dealing with lifeboat cases. So I think this is taking the idea of rights out of context to think that rights are being violated. I didn't say uh, emergencies weren't violating rights. I said it warrants initiating force, but those aren't the same because you can initiate force in a context where uh, rights don't apply. I'm almost caught up in the chat. Okay, I'm caught up in the chat, and as I was going through that, I made a list of several topics that I could talk more about. Israel, Palestine, Lockean property rights, game theory, egoism, capitalism, the definition of it, sacrificing others, contributing to your own happiness, cannot do that, trolley cars, HOA fees, and those are just some. There's other topics also that came up. Um, but now I want to think what's the best direction to go. I'm not sure. Maybe I could take a poll and see what you all are interested in discussing. I'm taking a look at my chat list here. Anyone else want to say hello in the chat or ask a question, make a comment? I've been engaging with evolutionary for a while, but I'll engage with you if you want to jump in. I don't want to give all the time to just one person. I want to spread the time around. So if there's some other issue you want to talk about, feel free to raise it. Thanks for the likes on the stream. Jason says there are some travel videos and photos on Facebook under today's show if you need filler. Travel videos and photos. Do they have some kind of connection to Ayn Rand or objectivism? If they're just random videos, then I probably won't look at them. But if they have some kind of connection to the topics here, then I would consider it. Oh yeah, I had this reminder comment in the chat. Why shouldn't I live for myself? And there was something, what did he say here? Something about things go on. Your life isn't, your life is finite. Where was that? Why am I not seeing oh, because your life is finite and existence goes on. I think, I'm guessing that was his answer to this. So maybe I can do a little dialogue here. That can be me. And then he says, I'll abbreviate his name as ECU. And then I say, so what? Now, I'm not mentioning determinism yet, at least, but the whole issue of should implies free will. But I'm trying to discuss, or I'm trying to set aside the issue of determinism if possible, because I think he doesn't want to discuss that. He said before he's more interested in discussing ethical or political issues. He's more interested in that than discussing free will versus determinism. But I think the issue is at least coming up implicitly whenever a should is part of a question. But maybe at least for now, I can ignore that and we'll see if we have to discuss it more directly. So I don't know what do you say to this when I say so what? Did you have a well, I guess the next thing you say after that is about the kids. And I already addressed that. Your kids matter, but it's because they're part of your life and they matter to you. So I can sound a little less confrontational here if instead of saying so what, I just say, why does that matter? Maybe if I say so what, it sounds a little rude. And I don't know if his answer here would be to just to abbreviate. Um, well, should I copy it? The kids. I'll let that be the stand-in for his. So I guess I wouldn't. Uh, I won't put that in quotes because he doesn't exactly say that. And then I'll respond to that. I addressed that. Kids matter to you. Your kids matter to you. Oh, maybe I'll cut out a step here. Here I'll just say, why shouldn't I live for myself? Because your life is finite and existence goes on. For example, your kids. And then I say, I address that. Your kids matter to you. Maybe I'll say, your kids matter egoistically to you. I think that's good enough. Um, let me see what the latest chats say. Okay, I see there's some more chats from evolutionary, but I think I'll just put this in the chat just to get at least some of my latest thoughts in there. All right. So I'm going to ignore this one for now because that's on the determinism or indeterminism issue. What if the rest of society matters to me? What if altruism matters to me? Well, by definition, your altruism means living for the sake of others. You're putting others ahead of yourself. So it's a contradiction to say altruism is egoistic, at least the way I understand altruism. If you're going to understand altruism to be contrasting with egoism, which is how people typically understand it, although I think there's a lot of confusion about both terms, egoism and altruism. If you think of those as contrasting moralities, one is you're living for yourself, the other is you're living for others, then it's a contradiction to talk about egoistic altruism. Although I know there was that video that you sent me a link to on the Khan Academy. Did you ever watch that? I sent you that. I told you that I discussed that in one of my previous live streams. Why isn't saying my kids matter to me a contradiction as well? They are not me, but they matter to you. Well, what's the contradiction there? What's the A and not A? If you're going to say there's a contradiction, could you summarize what you said about the Khan Academy video? Oh, by the way, Wait, should I make that point? No. Maybe I'll. Yeah, actually, I think I will. I was gonna. I was thinking, should I delete this comment? Yeah, I'm gonna delete this comment because I was saying before that I didn't think that was appropriate because he was being civil. But I'll just copy it for my records. All right, I deleted that comment. All right. Well, I was saying that the monkey in the video was acting in a way that's self-interested when he brings attention to himself. He makes himself a predator or the potential victim of a predator when he calls out, but maybe life is not worth living without his fellow monkeys. So it's actually in his self-interest. Where was that video? Here, this one. September 6th. Monkeys and egoism slash altruism. And I discussed that down here. The contradiction is that things that are not you can matter to me. I think there's a typo there because that doesn't read grammatically as far as I can tell. So I don't understand this. It's arbitrary to say valuing your kids is any less altruistic than valuing the rest of humanity or even a higher being. It seems you're arguing that any form of altruism can be argued as a form of egoism. All right. So if you just argue that, or if your view is that altruism just means helping others, I don't think that is a correct view of altruism because an egoist can say, well, it helps me to help others. Like if I'm helping other people understand Ayn Rand's, at least I hope I am. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help people understand Ayn Rand's ideas, but that's not an altruistic thing because I'm doing it because it ultimately benefits me. Well, not just ultimately, it also benefits me now, like in the moment. I enjoy doing it. I get enjoyment, pleasure, satisfaction from promoting Ayn Rand's, and hopefully I will eventually benefit financially from it. Well, I am benefiting a little bit already. I have some Patreon supporters. I just got a new one about a week ago. And and this applies to any profession. You're an Uber driver. You're helping people get from point A to point B. Is an Uber driver an altruist? Is he not doing it because he benefits from doing that himself? He gets paid. So I think often it's a problem the way people understand what altruism means. They think it just means helping others or being kind to others, being nice, benevolence, that's insufficient as a definition of altruism because it's in my interest often to be nice, to be kind, to be benevolent. So how are you understanding altruism? What's your definition of it? I mean, if you define it incorrectly, I think a lot of actions which I would call egoistic, you would call altruistic. And I would say, well, you're just not using the right definition of altruism. I think altruism means living for the sake of others, placing others' interests first, ahead of your own interests. If I help others in some way, it's not because I'm living for their sake or because their interests are paramount. It's because somehow it comes back to benefit me. And if I don't see that helping them or being nice or being kind or being benevolent somehow makes my life better, then I won't do it. Things that are not you can matter to you. Why is that a contradiction? A banana is not me, but a banana might matter to me. What if I'm hungry and I'm starving on an island and there's a banana tree? The banana matters to me. It's not me, but it matters to me. There's no contradiction there. I don't understand why you say that's a contradiction. The banana matters to you as a means, not an end. Okay. When I say matters, I mean an end. Okay. Well, maybe it matters to me as a means, not as an end. But that can also be true of people, including my kids, if I have kids. Ultimately, they matter to me. They're a means to my ends. And maybe they matter to me so much that I wouldn't want to live without them. So I would risk my life to save them or my spouse. And it's not altruism because they are means to my ends and they are part of what makes my life worth living, a happy life. And I would be miserable without them. You're using matters in two ways again. When I say matters, I mean as an end in itself. Well, there are different senses of matters. I can say something matters to me, like the banana matters to me as a means to my end of survival or happiness. And I can say I matter to me, I matter to myself in a different sort of way. I don't think that's a contradiction. Words just have different usages in different contexts. But I mean, we can focus on if you're only interested in talking about the sense in which of matters where something matters as an end in itself, then we can talk about that sense. But then I would say everything, nothing matters as an end in itself except myself. And likewise for everyone else. Nothing should matter to anyone else except them as an end in itself, except themselves. But when you sacrifice your survival for your kids and others, okay, there's that word sacrifice. We've talked about that some. I wouldn't call it a sacrifice. Here again, we get to definitions. What does sacrifice mean? Just like altruism, what does it mean? Does it just mean being nice or being kind or being helpful? No, I don't think so. Um, Likewise with sacrifice, does it just mean giving up something? Like if I give up $5 in order to get a salad at a restaurant, have I sacrificed? Am I sacrificing every time I buy something just because I'm giving something up? You said survival. Well, does sacrifice mean something more than just give up? Like, could I just say when you give up your life or your survival, is that equivalent in your minds? When you give up your survival for your kids and others? I might do that, but I wouldn't call it a sacrifice. I might give it up. Sacrifice is giving up something of giving up a value for something of equal or sorry, of lesser or non-value. That's how Ayn Rand defines it somewhere. Maybe I should ending your life for your kids or others, is that altruism or egoism? It depends. It could be either one, depending on what your motivation is. If you if you think your life without your kids would be worse than life with your kids, then it's not a sacrifice. It's not altruistic to risk your life for them. Okay, you say it really seems that the way you're defining value, you can define any subjective goal as egoism. You can even have a subjective goal of altruism, and that would be egoistic. No, I don't think so. I think altruism is by definition anti-egoistic. Hmm. So maybe, I don't know if this is a good point to get some definitions on the table, but maybe. I just put a question in the chat. What's your definition of altruism? I don't remember if you, I don't remember seeing an answer to that. All right, we got 5 people here, but evolutionary is the only one chatting. Maybe the other people are content to just listen and watch. I'm going to take a look at my analytics. Altruism would be concerned with the well-being of some other group other than your own self. That would be your bodily self. Okay. So I don't think that's enough because I can be concerned about others because others benefit me. Like if I'm concerned with my children or my friends or my spouse, what if I'm concerned with all of them because they matter to me? And if they didn't matter to me, then I wouldn't be concerned with them. Like let's say there's one person who I'm concerned about, and then he stops being my friend. Maybe he becomes my enemy, and now I'm no longer concerned with him. So um, it's not, I think it's if I were still concerned with him, even after he's my becomes my enemy on the premise that I should love my enemy. Now that I think you could say that's altruistic. So I think it depends on the reason for your concern. It's just not just you have concern. Is it you have concern for them because they're a value to you and they make your own life better? Or are you concerned out of some kind of religious duty, like you think you should love thy enemy because Jesus Christ says in the Gospels you should do that? That would be an altruistic concern for others. So just concern per se isn't enough to tell you whether it's altruistic or egoistic concern. Florida Nick says maybe evolutionary should call in. I've wondered about that. Sometimes I think it's more productive to just do text conversations because it's there's less danger of it. I mean, I think it already is. Like, there's so many topics that have been coming up. I gave you this list of earlier points: locking property rights, game theory, egoism, capitalism definition, sacrificing others, trolley car, HOA fees. I'm concerned that it might sprawl all over the place, and it might be easier to get a handle on it if we can just have it all in text, and maybe I can control the pace of it better, and it's less likely to be just sprawling. So what concern wouldn't be rational if I'm concerned with the rest of society, not my kids? Is that egoistic? What makes an enemy? When they want to harm your body or your goals, they can't be your enemy if they are your goal. So it's not what determines whether it's altruistic or egoistic is not the particular object. It's why you care about that object. So it's not that it's egoistic to care about your kids, but altruistic to care about the rest of society. Um, it's what determines it is your reason for caring about your kids. Do you care about your kids because they make your life go better? Or because you think you just have some duty, regardless of whether they make your life go better, to care about them? I do think there's uh, something, I mean, you are responsible. I wouldn't say you have a duty to take care of your kids, but you have a responsibility to take care of them at least till they're age 18. You have some responsibility for them, but I wouldn't call that a duty. It's your responsibility, and I think it's a egoistic one. At least it should be. You shouldn't have kids in the first place if you don't think you're going to benefit from the experience of raising them. Um, so that's something that's important to think about. But the responsibility of taking care of kids should be something that you judge. You shouldn't take on that responsibility unless you think it's going to contribute to your self-interest. This all goes to the nature of value. Is it objective or subjective? There's another topic coming up. See, this is maybe an example of the sprawling kind of worry I was talking about. Now we're going to the topic of subjectivity and objectivity. If anyone else wants to jump in here, feel free. I can switch to a different topic. If you'd like, but I do appreciate evolutionary chipping in here and having some discussion. The different shatters have different natures, and I'm concerned that given the way evolutionary chats, I'm just concerned that doing a call would sprawl all over it because it. I think this has happened a number of times. If you could show me that we can be like really focused on one thing and like have a very structured discussion that's not going to sprawl all over the place, then I'd be more likely to do a call if that's something you were interested in. But right now, I'm just a little concerned that it would go all over the place, and I wouldn't be able to control its as well as I can when we're just doing it like this. He says, I have ADHD. You're absolutely right. And now he's on objective evolutionary equilibrium. So, so you're bringing in your own theory, and yeah, we've got some more, another change of direction there. Um, I don't have a great sense of what the call was like, but I actually did do a call with Evolutionary once on his, it's on his channel, but I don't remember it very well. Maybe that was sprawling, and that's I didn't end up posting it on my channel, maybe because I didn't think it was a very productive discussion. I'm not sure. Google Isaac Asimov's The Last Question. I've never read that. I just Googled it. The Last Question is a science fiction short story by Asimov. Entropy. That's the subject. The story blends sci-fi, theology, and philosophy. I know you've brought up entropy before in the heat death of the universe, something like that. Okay. What's a good direction to go now? I asked you that question about altruism, and then you gave an answer, and I was explaining how I thought that was insufficient. Robert is back. He says, "Hi team, what have I missed?" I've been having a discussion with Evolutionary here in the chat, and it's been sprawling around to a bunch of different topics. I tried to focus on this issue, so I put this in the chat. I wanted him to define altruism, and then he gave me this, and I explained why I thought that was not sufficient, because you can be concerned with the well-being of others because they matter to you. So just being concerned with the well-being of others doesn't suffice to make something altruistic. You can be concerned with others for self-interested reasons, egoistic reasons, selfish reasons. So Jason says, I'm just leaving Wenatchee. So that's somewhere in Washington. If you want to raise another topic, Robert, feel free. Or if there's anyone out there who wants to call in, let me know. Trying to think of what the next step is in this. So I wonder what evolutionary thinks about my response to what he said here about his definition of altruism. Like if I say, I can be concerned with others for self-interested reasons or for non-self-interested reasons. And I gave that love your enemy example of a non-self-interested way of being concerned with others. But I'll just write that for now. Well, I think you're the one blurring the line between egoism and altruism. You say I'm blurring the line. That's what I think you're doing. When you're construing mere concern with others as altruism. So how do we determine who is actually blurring the line? And why is it blurry? If I say the reason I'm concerned with others is because they matter to me, some others, not all others, the others that I am concerned with because they matter to me. Is that blurry? If so, why? So we categorize things differently. You say my morality doesn't care about what people think. My morality doesn't reference what people actually value. I don't think you can even have morality if you're a determinist, but that again brings up an issue which you might not want to go into. Morality is a guide to how you should act, but there is no should. There's no sense to make of that if you're determined. But I'm trying to set that aside for now. And I guess maybe I can just assume that you're on board with free will until I can no longer assume that because there's no other way to make sense of your what you're saying. So maybe I'll just assume free will for now. So it's in my interest for this stream to be of interest to people out there. So if there's something, because then I'll get more engagements. And so if there's some other topic that you all are interested in, if you're more interested in discussing something else, then I encourage you to mention it and I can shift gears here and go to a different topic. Your categorization can justify any subjective goal as egoism. I wonder if we should use the Twinkie example and dig into that some. Like, could my morality justify eating 500 Twinkies every hour? I'm curious about that. Like, do you think that on my morality, maybe I should type this in the chat. Well, it looks like evolutionary is engaging with Jason right now. Maybe I should just step back for a minute and see how that goes. Maybe I'll go back to hot dogs instead of Twinkies, as I said, because they're more familiar to more people. Okay, I just put that in the chat. I don't know if that's gonna help, but I am giving it a chance. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna help this discussion make any progress, but we'll see. Got some more likes here. I see we're up to 12 now. Thanks for that. If you're not subscribed, I'd appreciate if you consider subscribing if you like my content. I want to get up to 1,000 subscribers so I can fully monetize my channel. Robert says, why does Ayn Rand and any reasonable person specify rational egoism? Because merely wanting something doesn't necessarily make that thing good for you, doesn't make it in your self-interest. Yeah, that's at least part of why. All right. Evolutionary says, it depends if egoism is your bodily well-being, your productivity, or what you value. Okay, so, well, I'm not sure it's for any of those things. If it would be good for me to eat 500 hot dogs per hour. Are you saying it's not good for me if egoism means my bodily well-being, but it is good for me? It might be good for me in some other way. I mean, I don't think it's 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 not good for me if I value if egoism means doing what's good for my bodily well-being or my productivity. I don't think I'm going to be productive if I'm eating 500 hot dogs per hour. I'll probably be dead soon. And as for what I value, like if I'm dead, I'm not going to be able to value anything else. So I don't see it as good on any of these grounds. You can value 500 Twinkies for its own sake. Uh, well, how would that be egoistic? It has to ultimately be for my sake if it's egoistic. You say you tell me? Well, I don't think it is egoistic. Oh, what do you mean by my sake? No, she didn't say this. I need you to correct this. Rand did not say that. Do you acknowledge that Rand did not say that? You might interpret her to mean that, but that's certainly not what she would say. She would not say you can sacrifice that, or that you should sacrifice. She would not say that. Values are chosen and pursued in the full context, consistent with one's full hierarchy of values over the course of a lifetime. Evolutionary is a determinist, so he doesn't believe in choice. But I'm trying to set that aside for now, unless we have to discuss it. Chat GPT says that's about 8.3 hot dogs a minute. Yeah, you're going to be dead fast if you try to do that. Okay, now I've got a quote. Are you quoting Ayn Rand? If a man values his wife above everything else in the world, he may die to save her, and it would be proper for him to do so, but it is not a sacrifice. Okay, good. Yeah, it is an act of selfishness in the proper sense. Okay, so Rand does not say this. She says the opposite. It's not a sacrifice. Well, she would say that. This example has kids, not your wife, but the same issue applies. She would say it's not a sacrifice. It's not a sacrifice. It's an act of selfishness. And I've answered this before by saying that your life without your wife might be worse off. You might be miserable without her. So it's in your self-interest to die to save her. What if eating 500 hot dogs saves your wife? Okay. Well, then it might be egoistic, but that's because your wife matters to you. So it's not showing that it's not egoistic. Where was my next? Oh yeah, here's for it. What about eating 500 hot dogs? Can my categorization justify that as egoistic? Um, well, if you add in some other things like you just did, then I guess you could. Like I said, you could put in any bizarre thing into the hypothetical. Um, into the but unless you put in some other condition that could make this seem rational, then I don't see a way to justify it as egoistic. But that doesn't mean you should actually do this. I mean, I guess I could justify any goal if we allow counterfactual hypotheticals. That's where this first came up, this idea of eating 500 hot dogs. Like, if we assume that eating 500 hot dogs per hour is the only way to happiness, then I would say, yeah, do it. And, but if we're going to go by the way the world actually is, then no, you can't justify eating 500 hot dogs per hour. Right? The only way to do it is to tie it to something else that is realistic, that you actually care about. Um, but can you justify eating five? Let's say it's not true that you're saving your wife's life depends on eating 500 hot dogs per hour. Then just eating them. uh, uh, can you justify that as egoistic without bringing a wife into it? So you can't judge anything out of context. And in a normal context, there's all kinds of things that you can't justify on egoistic grounds. You would have to invent some strange scenario. Like, I can't justify eating 500 hot dogs right now in my life. No one's put a gun to my head and said the only way for you to save your friends and family is to eat 500 hot dogs per hour. No, I'm just sitting here doing a live stream, and it would not be egoistic right now for me to eat 500 hot dogs in the next hour. There's no way for me to justify that. So it's not true that everything can be justified on egoistic grounds. Any other person outside of objectivism would define ending one's life to save your wife as a form of altruism. Well, maybe that means a lot of people don't understand morality, and Ayn Rand is offering a revolutionary moral code. That's part of what makes her revolutionary. She's reframing 2,000 years of moral teachings. That's what a epical philosopher does. There's something which everyone or almost everyone believes, and she reconceives it. She gives you a new way to look at things, but she explains why that's a better way to look at things. So we don't go by majority rules here in determining the truth or in determining what's the right conceptualization. It's the others who have blurred the distinction. They're package dealing things together, which are essentially different. How would an altruist justify sacrificing one's own life to save a loved one? As pure self-sacrifice for its own sake? If so, how would they answer the question, why? Why is self-sacrifice good? You could justify it on productivity grounds, says evolutionary. Yeah, that's the be all and end all for evolutionary, I think. Or at least I think I've heard him say something like that in the past. Evolution has some goal of productivity, and that's the ultimate ends we should all aim at. Someone asked him, what about retirement? I forget who that was, but in a previous chat, someone said, why should productivity be the ultimate end? Does that mean I can never retire? I've got to be productive my whole life? Robert asks, why should anyone care about total productivity? Hmm. Good question. Because that's what evolution cares about and how it uses natural selection to make us care. Answers evolutionary. Why should I care about what evolution cares about? He puts cares in quotes, maybe so as not to personify evolution. Why should I care about what evolution cares about? Maybe I should put that in the chat. And I'll put the scare quotes around the second cares. Oh, he already answered before I put it in the chat. He says you should care because evolution was the one who programmed you. Okay. Why should I care that it was the one who programmed me? If it did program me. I mean, we have a pleasure pain mechanism which is built into us. Maybe you could say evolution programmed that into me, or it built that into me. But why do I care that I got this mechanism via evolution, if that's what you mean? Um, you should care what it's trying to program you toward. We are all evolutionary robots. Well, I I think here maybe some determinism is coming to the surface because uh, I don't think evolution programs in our desires. We have a pleasure pain mechanism, but it's up to you whether you pursue pleasure or pain, whether you pursue happiness or suffering. That's an issue of choice. Okay. Evolution also programmed happiness. The program is not complete. Evolution programs our desires too. Robert says, I don't see why anyone would or should care about evolutionary history, trends, or forces. While such things might give you clues toward increasing your flourishing, that's all it offers you. Oh, now we got the glass example again. I think this is the fourth time you've raised that. Oh, right. You have this view of choice that if you have it, then you can do anything. It's like choice is omnipotence. That's how you understand free will. Free will means you can do anything. You can choose to eat glass right now. Robert says I could choose to abandon my well-being and eat glass, or follow an evolutionary psychologist idea of my nature and destiny. But again, why would I? So I've said in the past that I don't think I can choose to eat glass right now, but I can choose to focus my mind or not. So um, there are certain things which are outside of your current um, ability to choose just because they're so far removed from what uh, you see to be rational. Like if you don't go by reason, your program you go by your emotions. That's the default. That's what's left over to guide you. But if your emotions have been um, shaped over many years by rational thoughts, then the emotions that are going to guide you are not going to be so irrational that you can do something like eat glass right now. But maybe if you evade for years and years, you can corrupt yourself to a point where you could eat glass. So I disagree with this that you can't train yourself. You could also do like the David Blaine thing, the magician who I don't know if he actually eats glass, but at least that's what it looks like he does in some of his tricks. So it looks like the discussion now is turning more to the issue of free will. And speaking of free will, the person who I discussed free will with last time just showed up in the chat. Leighton Prion with his frequent entry comment of sup noobs, which I take it is short for what's up newbies. He likes to use this slang terminology. Now, I assume this is newbies, like new people. I don't know why you assume we're all new here, if that's what you mean here by noobs. A person who is inexperienced in a particular sphere or activity, especially computing or gaming. Yeah, I don't know why you address people here as noobs. Do you think we're actually inexperienced in a particular sphere here? The sphere of discussing objectivism? Evolution is a scientific theory which I don't think you need in order to develop an ethics. Ayn Rand, I don't think was uh, had she doesn't speak of evolution much, if at all, in her writings. So she developed her whole framework of ethics without considering the issue of evolution. So there might be some kind of hierarchy violation to think you need to go through the issue of evolution to develop an ethics. I think there are interesting connections to be made between ethics and evolutionary theory, and Harry Binswanger talks about some of them in his book, The Biological Basis of Teleological Concepts. I think that's a way of integrating insights from the theory of evolution with Ayn Rand's ethics, but I don't think you need to have those kinds of integrations to develop an ethics. It's just a way to be provocative and smug for fun. Yeah. Perhaps Prion is a solipsist, which makes us all newcomers to his universe. So what about eating 500 hot dogs for me right now without tying it to something like my wife? Um, can my egoistic ethics be used to justify the choice right now for me to eat 500 hot dogs in the next hour? Maybe I'll put that in the chat. Because you said egoistic ethics can be used to show anything, right? Where was that? Yeah, this one. Your categorization can justify any subjective goal as egoism. So maybe I'll copy that again. I copied it once before. I'll quote it. Yes, if you value it. Well, uh, according to what goal? I've said my own life or happiness is what I mean by egoism. Like egoism means pursuing your own life or happiness. Hmm. What do you say? What do you mean when you say you refuse to define it? What is the it? Egoism? Value or what? What do you think I refuse to define? And I'm not sure I follow this part where you say yes if you value it. Because the question I'm asking here is, should I value it? Like, can egoism justify my valuing the act of eating 500 hot dogs right now? See, according to you, it can, because you say it can justify anything, and I'm trying to point out, no, it can't. So the question is, should I value this? Should I value eating 500 hot dogs right now? Can we not go to altruism right now? And can we just focus on this question I asked? What is the it here? You say, what do you think I refuse to define? The moral objective slash goal of our actions, the goal that defines our moral strategy. And why do you think I refuse to define that? If I said the goal is life or happiness, that should be the objective goal of our actions. Have I not defined it by saying that? you say happiness, but if altruism makes us happy, then okay, let's go one step at a time. So you might have a criticism. You might say altruism actually does make us happy, but, and I would disagree with that. But what justifies this part? If I've said that happiness or life is what egoism consists in, like if you make that your goal, if you make your moral objective or goal happiness, your own happiness or life, I've given you a definition. Now we could then talk about the implications and say, okay, well, could altruism contribute to happiness? But that's a separate issue from whether I've given you a definition. So I don't see the justification for making this claim here. Seems like you're raising a different issue here than the issue of whether I've defined a goal. So if I say the goal is happiness, you could say, "Oh, where does happiness come from?" Okay, well, that's another question. Um, it's not life because Rand says you can end your life for your wife. It's life qua man or life qua rational being. It's not sheer physical survival. So you could say the goal is life, but what that means is life qua rational being, and it's not rational to live in a miserable state. So if you can end your life for your wife, you're still living qua rational being. Rayon says you can indeed bridge Hume's guillotine philosophically, but you must do it at the level of ontology. Hume primarily challenges causality. His challenge isn't primarily ethical. You might think his epistemology underlies his ethical views. He's a nominalist or sensualist. I don't know if I can explain that, but I remember from Leonard Peikoff's History of Philosophy course, he describes Hume in those terms. Well, I still don't see the justification for your claim that I didn't define. Not only did I not define it, I refused to define, you say. I don't see the, maybe I should write that in the chat. No, I've said this forever. For the last 6 years, I've been on my channel. I've said happiness or life or both are the goal. I didn't just define it now. You say you cannot have both as the goal. You'll have to choose one or the other, as they are not the same. For my purposes, I don't know that I need to choose one or the other. I think happiness is the psychological state of a successful life. Ayn Rand talks about the relation of life and happiness in the objectivist ethics. And I think sometimes it's a little tricky to state exactly what the relation is between life and happiness, but I'm not sure it's really relevant in the context of this discussion to go into those complexities. I've stated a goal, and I think it's clear that eating 500 hot dogs right now is not going to contribute to my life slash happiness. Um, I think it's clear enough what is meant by my life or my happiness that I can say eating 500 hot dogs right now is not going to contribute to it. It's going to undermine it. So it's not true that egoism justifies taking any action. So that's all I'm trying to do right now. We don't have to go into the nitty gritty of the relation of life and happiness to know that um, egoism doesn't justify my eating 500 hot dogs right now. All right. I don't want to, right now, I don't feel like going on to this other issue. I want to stick on that question that I asked. I put it in the chat, right? Yeah. I said, can egoism, you say your categorization can justify any subjective goal as egoism. And then I asked, can it justify my eating 500 hot dogs right now? And then there's some talks about according to what goal, and you haven't defined it. Okay, so now I've addressed all that. I said, yes, I have defined it. So let's come back to this question. I don't want to go on to something else here. I want to come back to this question. Can egoism, as I have defined it, as life slash happiness, um, as the pursuit of that, one's own life and one's own happiness, can that justify my eating 500 hot dogs right now? Maybe I can just copy that whole thing and type and put it again in the chat to at least signify that that's where I am right now. I just addressed that. I said I already answered your comment. So uh, you answered, but not in a way that I think worked. It doesn't show you're that you can actually justify any goal as egoism. You said I hadn't defined something, and I said yes, I have, and I explained how I have defined it, at least sufficiently for this context. Okay, I don't know if I want to address this because I think this is maybe taking us in a different direction. I'm trying to pin you down on this one thing and not let you squirm out of it by raising a bunch of other topics. So, um, because I think I want this to be a productive discussion. I'm trying to do that by imposing some kind of order on this and not just like addressing anything you raise in the chat. I want you to address specific things. When you say justify, do you mean with your ethics or mine? I mean with mine. Like, given my view of egoism, can it justify eating 500 hot dogs right now? Because you're saying on my view, that's your claim at least, that on my view on egoism, 227, that was the timestamp, just so I remember. Yeah. Your categorization, like the way you categorize terms like egoism and altruism, your categorization can justify any subjective goal. So you're saying the way I think about things, the way I categorize things, any any goal, even like eating 500 hot dogs right now, could be considered egoism. So it's like you're saying from my way of looking at things, I'm saying no. On my way of looking at things, I cannot justify eating 500 hot dogs right now. I'm just gonna quote this with the timestamp so I don't lose track of it. Well, we know it's Pacific. That's my timestamps. All right, I don't want to go into game theory right now. If it's mine, if it's my framework or my ethics, we see how it maximizes my happiness or extends your life. Either way, I don't think we could say it's bad for my life and bad for my happiness. And I conclude it is bad for my life and my happiness. So it's required that I not eat the hot dogs if I want my life or happiness. It's not subjective. It's not just an arbitrary opinion. It's an objective fact that I will not maximize my own life or happiness by eating 500 hot dogs right now. It's not true it can justify any subjective goal. I cannot justify that. You say happiness is poorly defined. In the way you use happiness and value, it seems subjective. All right, well, how about we leave aside happiness for the moment and let's just talk about life. My life. Can we say can we agree that it's not subjective that eating 500 hot dogs right now is bad for my life? It's an objective fact that it would be bad for my life to do that. Life duration is objective. So depending on context, the act of eating 500 hot dogs is objectively determined as moral or not. I'm not sure how to understand that. Are you saying we can't just say yes or no to this? We have to, it depends on something? Depending? So do we have to now talk about what I mean when I say life? You think life is not specified well enough? So maybe now we should talk about the issue of life qua rational being or life qua man. That's an issue that is in Ayn Rand's article, The Objectivist Ethics. Maybe I can quickly find that if in a Google search I could read that paragraph. I've also got it on my Kindle, and I've read this passage before, but maybe this is a faster way. Okay, I just found it because I remembered some of the key terms. So she says survival is the goal. If he is to succeed at the task of survival, man has to choose his course, his goals, his values in the context in terms of a lifetime. Such is the meaning of the definition, that which is required for man's survival qua man. Or life, we could think of it life qua man. It does not mean a momentary or merely a physical survival. It does not mean the momentary physical survival of a mindless brute waiting for another brute to crush his skull. It does not mean the momentary physical survival of a crawling aggregate of muscles who is willing to accept any terms, obey any thug, and surrender any values for the sake of what is known as survival at any price, which may or may not last a week or a year. Man's survival qua man It means the terms, methods, conditions, and goals required for the survival of a rational being through the whole of his lifespan in all of those aspects of existence which are open to his choice. So if that's what I mean, that's what Rand means. That's a more fleshed out explanation of what the goal is. Not survival at any price, but survival qua man, meaning the terms, methods, conditions, and goals required for the survival of a rational being through the whole of his lifespan. Is eating 500 hot dogs right now conducive to that? Is that good for, given that my goal is survival as a rational being through the whole of my lifespan? I guess I'm not going to have much longer of a lifespan if I do that, but given that the life or the survival in question is not a momentary survival, is it good for me to eat 500 hot dogs right now? If you use your imagination, you could create a hypothetical where eating hot dogs could maximize the duration of your life. Okay, but let's not do the hypothetical thing right now. Let's take, because as I said, you can create any bizarre hypothetical you want and get, you could get an egoist or an altruist, anyone to say, yeah, you should do that. But taking the facts as they are, is it good for me to do that right now? She says what it is, not just what it's not. And she doesn't merely use the word rational. She spells it out like the terms, methods, conditions, and goals required for the survival of a being through the whole of its lifespan and all those aspects of existence which are open to his choice. Now, I don't want to go to your ethics now. I don't agree that Rand's ethics is insufficiently defined, as you're saying here. I think it's, and her fiction also helps flesh out what is meant. You can look at the heroes in her fiction to get an idea of what she means by a rational life. And, but I think also her nonfiction is excellent. And I think it's sufficient To establish that it's not good for me to eat 500 hot dogs right now. All right. I've been going for 4.5 hours without a break, but I don't really feel like I need a break yet. I might need one soon for a snack, but my voice feels okay. It doesn't feel strained like it has in the past because I've been talking not as much. Like I spent a lot of time just reading and pausing and waiting for replies, and that's helped save my voice some. Um, so your ethics involves determinism, so I think that's already a problem. I don't think you can even have an ethics. You can't have a science telling us how we should act if you're a determinist. I'm not convinced there's a problem with Rand's ethics. I don't think you've shown that. So I would be more motivated to spend time looking at your ethics. A, if I thought there was some problem with Rand's ethics such that I needed some alternative. And B, if I didn't already think there was a problem with your ethics because you have a problem at the very foundation of your ethics since you don't believe in free will. You're a determinist. I don't think you can even have ethics. So I'm not feeling very motivated to go in that direction. What do I eat for a snack? It varies. There's a lot of things I could eat. Uh, I got some fish, some raw fish at the grocery store yesterday, poke, and I didn't know if I could eat that safely, but I had some last night, and I'm fine. I didn't get sick. I actually Googled it when I wasn't sure if I should get it off the shelf. It was a refrigerated shelf, of course, and I Googled real quick. I said, "Is it safe to eat raw poke?" And it said yes, as long as it's from a reputable market, not like some uh, unsanitary conditioned market out in the open or something. I don't know. But anyways, I bought it at a grocery store, which I usually shop at, and I am very confident that they practice sanitary standards. So for the first time, I never bought this before, just like raw fish like that. I mean, I guess sometimes in sushi, you get a little raw fish. So I might have had little pieces of it like that. But this is just a whole container of nothing but raw fish, and it's chunked up into little cubes. I don't know how familiar you are with poke. I wasn't really familiar with it, but it looked interesting, and I thought I would give it a try. It's got some seasoning on it, um, and little sesame seeds. It was quite good. So maybe I'll have some of that. Hopefully, it's still okay now. I didn't eat the whole thing yesterday, so I put the rest in the refrigerator, and hopefully, it will still be good today. I'll smell it, make sure it doesn't smell bad. Um, so that's not my usual snack, but I might have some of that today. Raw fish for a snack. That's well interesting. Yeah, that's like the first time in my life I ever had that was yesterday. So that's not my usual snack. I mean, not the first time I ever had raw fish because I think I've had it with sushi before, but maybe the first time I had like nothing but raw fish as part of my meal. I ate other things after that, but uh, cereal, that's another thing I eat frequently. apple slices. I eat a wide variety of things. Beans, meats, various meats. I'm an omnivore. I'm not a herbivore or a carnivore. I've tried sardines because of Duran's recommendation and I liked it. Okay. I don't remember him recommending that. Determinism is only a problem if you know the outcome. There's no way to reconcile determinism with moral prescriptions. Doesn't make sense to say, I couldn't have done otherwise, but you should do this. I couldn't have done otherwise, but I should have done otherwise. Makes no sense. That's fallacious. Speaking of fallaciousness, whether you know, whether you can predict the future is a separate issue from whether you're determined. It could just be very complex and hard to predict, but it's still the case that you're determined to do whatever you do. And if that's so, then there's no place for moral oughts, moral shoulds. No, I disagree with this. You say you don't know what you're going to do, so it makes sense to talk about shoulds. I disagree. I don't know what I'm going to have for lunch. That's something I don't know what I'm going to do. But I would say if it's true that I'm determined, then it wouldn't make sense to say I should eat pokey or I shouldn't eat pokey or I should eat 500 hot dogs or I should not eat 500 hot dogs. I don't think any of those statements make sense if if I'm determined, even if it's true that I don't know what I'm going to do. Nope, I disagree with this too. You have to know you're determined to do a certain thing. No, I don't have to know what I'm determined to do to be determined to do it. I think you're mixing up metaphysics and epistemology. The determinism is a metaphysical doctrine. It's not it's not, it just means you are necessitated to do whatever you do. Whether you know what you're necessitated to do or don't know that, that's a separate question. As long as the metaphysical thesis is in place, then it makes no sense to say I should do or should not do such and such. And the whole idea of making sense, maybe that also presupposes free will. Like it makes sense to do such and such. Like it wouldn't make sense or to do this other thing. But if you don't have a choice about whether or not to do the other thing, then I didn't finish that thought. I had another thought. And this is not unique to objectivism. I think many philosophers are incompatibilists. Like Kant, he was a incompatibilist, and he thought compatibilism was a, what was the term he used? Subterfuge, a wretched subterfuge. The idea that you could be both determined and free, or determined and morally responsible, which I guess is another way of saying determined and subject to shoulds or oughts. So maybe just to summarize some of my thoughts about evolutionary, I'll say, um, or I'll call them ECU for short. ECU's view, on ECU's view, determinism, uh, we are determined, yet there's still, or maybe I should say, ethics is compatible with determinism. Whoops. Oh, I forgot the word is. Ethics is compatible with determinism. Determinism hasn't been disproven logically, and you haven't done so here today either. That gets into another issue, the whole issue of proof. Does that presuppose free will, epistemology and free will? That's another connection we could talk about. If doing A is determined 100% probability, then it makes no sense to talk about you doing that is not A, but you have to know what A is. I think you left out a parentheses somewhere here. Yeah, I guess you meant to have another one right here. Well, it looks like maybe you're motivated to discuss free will and determinism now. Before you wanted to set that aside, but I mentioned that one reason I'm not motivated to consider your ethics, where was that? Using your ethics. I was saying wasn't motivated to consider your ethics because I don't see a problem with Rand's ethics. And also I see a problem with yours because you think determinism is compatible with ethics. And now you're talking a lot about determinism. So maybe you are maybe you're motivated now to discuss that, whereas before you weren't. So maybe this is a good time to dig more into determinism. But again, I want to say for everyone else watching or listening, feel free to jump in and raise other topics. And we can talk about other things too. I'm just going into my YouTube studio. I like to check the analytics, like see how many people have come by during my stream. So I always get the biggest spike in the first hour, I think. 43 people. And then, oh, yeah, 43 people. And then we got some more traffic here. Looks like 95 people total have come by the stream today. Yeah, that's also showing up here. Let me take a look at my list of topics, see if there's anything else I thought I might discuss today. I finished reading an article on Wikipedia about the alt-right. And I started reading about Richard Spencer, one of the major figures of the alt-right. And according to him, he originated the term alt-right. And I also read about the Charlottesville Unite the Right rally back in 2017, Charlottesville, Virginia. I read most of the Wikipedia, or probably most of the Wikipedia article on that. I've continued my reading about medieval England. I'm up to Henry VI. Well, I actually finished the article on Henry VI, but there's some peripheral articles about what was going on during his reign, like the Hundred Years' War was going on between England and France. So I'm reading that article. And then also there's an article on the dual monarchy. So that Henry VI, he was the king of both England and France, at least according to the English. He was king of both. And that's part of what the Hundred Years' War was about, who should actually be in charge. And the French won the Hundred Years' War. And so the English were kicked out of France, all of it except for a little portion in northern France called Calais, the Pale of Calais. So they held on to a little piece of France for another century. And then finally, that was lost as well in 1558. I think that was during the reign of Queen Mary. And then from that point forward, there were no more continental possessions by England. They had some islands, I think, the Jersey, I forget the name of the islands off the coast of France. But on the mainlands, there was no more English possessions after 1558. So I'm up to the I guess you could say mid 1400s right now in my reading about medieval England. So almost done with the Middle Ages because Middle Ages ends around 1500. That's where many people say the modern era begins. So that was one thing I had on my reading list or my list of topics to update people on. I don't know if there was anything else. Yeah, that's all I see for now. Indeterminism. I reject both determinism and indeterminism. If you understand indeterminism to be random or probabilistic, metaphysically random or probabilistic action. Hi, Simon. You watched my discussion on physicalism. All right. Yeah, I was showing that in, I think, my last live stream. You must mean this talk here. Or this was I gave a presentation, which was then followed by a panel discussion on this topic. Is the mind physical? That was the subject of my dissertation. Uncertainty and determinism can coexist. Yeah, sure. Like I think that would be true of animals, if that's what you mean. Like I would say animals don't have free will, they're deterministic, at least most animals, but they might be uncertain what's going to happen. Like a lion might be uncertain as to whether it will catch a gazelle for dinner, but I wouldn't say that that changes the fact that it's determined to either catch it or not catch it. Or if those are too advanced animals, you could take something more primitive like a fish or a bird. They might be uncertain whether the bird will get the worm or whether the fish will escape some other fish trying to eat it. But I wouldn't say that means it's not determined. So I think you could have both uncertainty and determinism in those sorts of cases. It might be a little too anthropomorphic of a perspective, though, to say that animals have uncertainty. Um, I don't know if they experience uncertainty in the same way humans do, but those are some initial reactions to this comment. If determinism is true, then all probabilities other than 0 or 1 are epistemic illusions. Yeah, I think that's right. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Simon, that video on physicalism. What about the big? Is that a typo? Trapped inside your car, where if they just went an inch over, they could get out. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, bug? What about the bug trapped inside your car, where if they just went an inch over, they could get out? So I think the bug is deterministic, but it might be too primitive for me to say it has something like uncertainty. So if you want an example of something which is where there's both uncertainty and determinism, you might want to have some kind of organism that's a little more cognitively developed than a bug. I don't even know if a bug is conscious. Maybe some bugs are, some aren't. Like I don't know about ants or mosquitoes. How would you know? Um, I guess if they have nervous tissue, like if they have nerves, that might be a sign because I think that correlates with consciousness. So maybe but still, even if they do have nerves, having something like uncertainty might be too advanced of a cognitive state for something like an ant to have. Like maybe it just experiences sensations and it can't project the future at all in a way that maybe a bird can, where it's flying around and it has some kind of intention. It can see a worm and then it tries to get it. Whereas something like a ant or a worm might just be reacting to stimuli or chemicals in its immediate environment. There isn't that sort of projection of the future, or at least it's less clear. It's less certain, maybe I should say, that it has the kind of projection of the future that would be needed to experience something like uncertainty. I was having a discussion on metaphysics yesterday on reality, says Simon. If reality is the sum of everything that exists, is existence the condition for the thing to exist? Is I don't think of existence as a condition. I think of it as a fact, the fact of existence. I guess you could also put that as the fact that things are, or the fact that things exist. But then you're using the term exist to define existence. You can't really get underneath it and define it in other terms. You could give synonyms, but it's an axiomatic concept. So there's a limit to what you can do to explain what existence is. Is existence the condition for the thing to exist? I'm thinking of some analogous sort of scenario where something is a condition for something else. Like you might say, pressure differences are a condition for there to be wind, because wind flows from high to low pressure. But if you said existence is a condition for things to exist, It seems like there is something in place, something has to be the case for things to exist, but then that condition itself is something that exists. So I wouldn't say that there are things that exist apart from existence. Existence is just a broader term, maybe. Thing is like a singular thing. Um, like a table exists, and the sum of existence is existence. Maybe I'll write that in the chat. Where existent is a particular one thing, like a table. The sum of existence is existence with a C. It's a little hard to tell there's different words being said, but that's what I was saying. And that's, I think Ayn Rand says something like that somewhere. But then what is existence if it is comprised of something? What is existence? I'm not sure like how to answer that beyond what I say here, the sum of existence. That's what existence with a C is. It's the sum of existence with a T. Like the table, a table is in existence. A thought is in existence, where an existent is just a thing that exists. Is or a thing that exists. And I'm using thing in a very loose sense there. It could be an entity, an attribute, an action. And then the sum of all the things that exists, the table, the thoughts, the cucumbers, the instances of the color red, the sum of all those things, or things is in a broad, used in a broad sense, the sum of all those is existence. So you could say it's comprised, existence with a C is comprised of existence with a T, or existence refers to all the particular things like the examples of which I gave here. At least that's how I think of it right now. We could, okay, Simon says, if it's the sum, wouldn't that just be using a thing in itself to describe reality? I'm not sure what this means. There's a Kantian use of the phrase thing in itself, but maybe you mean this in a different sense. Existence exists because a cucumber exists. Well, I don't know if I would use the because there. Like the reason that the sum exists is because a cucumber exists. I don't think I would put it that way. Oh, you say you're trying to steel man what's Some guy said yesterday. I need to make a choice now. I either need to take a break and get some food or just end the stream. But I am feeling hungry, so I need to get some food. I guess I could take a poll, see what you all prefer. I'll read at least one more chat here. If you're trying to define reality, but while describing reality as the sum of everything, but that would include the cucumber. I am unclear still, or I don't know if I should say still, but I'm unclear on this chat. If you're trying to define reality, which is a synonym of existence, maybe there's some slight different shade in meaning, but maybe I can just treat that as existence. The sum of everything, yes, it would include the cucumber. Okay, yeah, I don't get what the issue is here. Florida Nick says, if you're going to stream tomorrow, end it now. If not, just take a break. I don't think I'll stream tomorrow because I've streamed a long time today, over 5 hours now. Yeah, I don't, if I did a shorter stream, like 3 hours, then I would more likely do one tomorrow. But I don't think I will do one tomorrow. All right. I'm making a decision. I'm going to end the stream unless I get it. I'll give it 1 minute. If someone, I'll give you a minute to jump in the chat. If there's some topic you really want to discuss right now, jump in right now and say so. And maybe I'll stay a little longer. Otherwise, I will end the stream. I mean, existence, that's a big topic. We could talk about everything. Uh, we've talked about a little about existence. Simon says he's down for some metaphysics. He's basically saying if reality is the sum of everything, how could you describe reality as things that exist? And then he gave me some Aristotelian justifications for two realities. Okay. Yeah, I'm still not clear. I don't think there could be two realities is like if you take reality to mean existence, which I'm basically doing, then there can't be two of them. It's like two of everything's, two existences. But if there are two of something, then if you're only talking about one of them, it's not really existence because existence is by definition everything. So there can't be two everythings. Then there would be one thing which isn't really everything. It's not really reality. It's only part of reality. It's not really existence. It's only part of existence. So I think the very idea of two realities or two existences is a contradiction in terms. All right. Well, maybe we can talk about this next stream. Does Aristotle's philosophy include eternal beings and non-eternal beings? Can they both exist? Uh, I I think so. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Like the universe would be an eternal being or eternal something, but there can be non-eternal beings within the universe, like a cucumber. They can come and go, they can decay, but so I don't think there's an inconsistency there. Okay. Um, you're welcome for the stream, Florida Nick. Thanks everyone for coming by. I do appreciate it. I'm gonna wrap things up now. I appreciate your likes on the stream and your watch time. I appreciate you coming by today, and thanks for any new subscribers. So 4 days from now is Wednesday, right? Right. I do have another appointment on Wednesday. Well, actually, I'm not sure. I will. There's a good chance I will. So I'm not sure if I'll stream on Wednesday, but if not, then probably Thursday. In any case, hope to see you again in a future stream, and I bid you farewell. You have a nice weekend, rest of the weekend too, Simon. Thanks. Oh, I want to get better at the ending here. Make sure there's not too many seconds elapse after I say bye. What I figured out I need to do is um, I think about 3 or 4 seconds go on after I click the confirmation button to end the stream. So if I click the confirm, here I'll show you. Let me share this just for a second. See. So if I go over here to my YouTube studio and I click end stream, that then brings up this confirmation button. Your stream will stop immediately and you will no longer be live. And then if I hit this button that says end, it doesn't instantly kill the stream. Like another 3 or 4 seconds elapses before the stream actually ends. So I have to hit this button like 3 or 4 seconds before I stop talking, and then it will end like within a second or two, which is more like what I'm shooting for. So I'm going to try to time it better this time. So let me see if I can do it. We'll see if it actually ends like a second or two after I stop talking. All right, so here's my test. Thanks everyone for coming by, and I will see you in a future stream. Bye everyone.